Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles and cousins, of course, and mops and pops, or if you prefer, nanas and papas, and baseball fans everywhere, welcome to this edition of the Valley League's 2020 Rewind season. It's day 17 in the Valley League, and if you're keeping track, we brought you so far three shutout games, although there have been other shutouts since we aired those. We brought you a great 14-run comeback win. I said run that time. Oh, my goodness. It's almost like I'm a baseball player. For all those of you who've been tracking, I usually say points. I'm going to try to convert you at some point to be hockey fans, but I'm not going to try that just yet. I don't want to rush you. That will come. A 14-run comeback win. Erin's going to be so happy. I can't wait till I see the reaction on her face for that. Anyway, just want to let you know that we've got games coming to you games coming to you Tuesday through Sunday. And then on Mondays, we're bringing you podcasts. Really kind of want to call your attention to our special Father's Day podcast. We'll air it on Monday, the 21st. Erin had a chance to sit down and talk to Brett and Ridge Fuller. They head up the Purcellville Cannons. They brought the Cannons up from Luray back when they were the Wranglers, took them to Charlestown, and then eventually to Purcellville. It's a great venue. It's a fun place to watch a game. You're going to find out a lot more about that on the 21st. But tonight we've got to talk baseball because this, by my count, is the first time we've had 7 games in one night in the Valley League. And you know that because I talk points instead of runs, that I am definitely not the right person to tell you about it. So guess who we have here to talk to you about it? We got Jordan. Say hi, Jordan.
Fans, how we doing tonight?
And then we got Erin. Erin, say hi to everybody.
Hi. I am so proud of you, Graham. You did a great job. Yes, you said runs.
I feel
There's
like
hope for you yet.
Took my first step or rode my bike. I got my trike rolling down the driveway. I'm so happy. Just imagine a big hockey player on really small trike trying to make some progress here. Anyway, speaking of progress, man, we got a lot to cover. Jordan, why don't you take us into tonight's game, and then we'll have 6 games to recap. Pretty sure that's this minute. All right, what's on tap for tonight, Jordan?
Graham, you said some key things in that opener. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but a lot of things to cover. The Purcellville Cannons, you're getting a lot from the Purcellville Cannons tonight. This game, honestly, John Leonard, our good buddy, he really put in some great observations with this ball game. And fans, we're all baseball fans here. We love our runs, not our points in baseball games. We love our runs in a baseball game. There are more than 30 runs in this baseball game tonight. And for one of these teams, it is a record-setting number of runs that has been pulled off. The Charlottesville Tom Sox, prior to tonight's game, have never had X number of runs in a ball game before. It is currently, it may be for a while, the record number of runs scored in a single game. But despite that, this game came down to the 9th inning. This is an incredible game, hectically paced at times. There is a ton of offense, and it was so much fun to watch. And fans, this is a gem. I can't wait for you to see this one.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's been such a blast to put these games together because, you know, I have to take it and do a fair bit of processing to get it up so you guys can see it on YouTube. But it's so much fun to watch these games and to see it, even to tune in on YouTube and see it kind of unfold as if it were being played live. I realize they're rewind games, but they're great games. And, you know, I was there, I recorded them, and they still attract me a second, a third, a fourth time. Anyway, let's catch you up on what else happened in the Valley. This is the first time. We're going to have to break out the D word. Erin, I'm going to let you explain that to them because no one wants to hear it from a hockey player.
The D word in baseball, I know Jordan has mentioned it before. He likes to use dingers for home runs, but this time we're talking about doubleheaders because it rains sometimes. We have had some postponed games, and now we're playing some doubleheaders, which means we have 2 games at one site. They play back-to-back 7 innings. So shortened games, but still a lot more baseball. So we're going to try to get through this quickly so we can get to that really offensive gem that we have for tonight's game. The first doubleheader was Harrisonburg Front Royal. And in the first game, it was Josh Madole who just went on fire at Veterans Memorial. He was on base 4 times, drove in 3 runs, and scored 2 himself. So he alone accounted for 5 of Harrisonburg's 8 runs, but he was not the storyline on tonight's game. He, had an awesome time at the plate, but it was actually the pitcher for Harrisonburg that earned the title of pitcher of the day, because he went the full 7 innings in that first game. It was Jacob Ferris who threw all 7, allowed only 3 hits, 1 unearned run, and 1 walk. He struck out 10 batters, and he earned the pitcher of the night title for the second time this season. He's really having a good year so far, and Harrisonburg took that first game against Front Royal 8-1. In the second game, however, it was a little bit flipped. Front Royal got going offensively. They won this game 5-3. They had some good outings on the mound as well. Sean Miller threw 4 solid innings in relief, helping the Cardinals take that game and splitting the doubleheader with the Turks. So that was one set of doubleheaders. There's another game, Covington and Stanton. In Stanton, it was the Jacks who had 5 good innings from starter Grant Verplant, and he left the game with a 4-1 lead. But the offense, they were able to tack on 3 more runs in order to seal that win there, because the Braves came in and then they scored 4 in the 8th to cut it to a 7-5 final for Covington.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like those rivalries. I got to tell you, it's kind of heartwarming to see Harrisonburg come out and have such a great performance. They had a kind of a rough start, so to speak. But what's interesting to me is our league is really very diligent in terms of tracking pitch counts on these pitchers and making sure that we adhere to the school limits that they put on different pitchers at different times throughout the season, and it changes throughout the course. But one of the things that's interesting to me about that game is Juan Hernandez, who is the son of Roberto Hernandez, plays for Front Royal. And Roberto likes to talk about being back in the day where you got the ball and you didn't want to give it up. You just went the distance. So it's really great. I know it was the other team, the Harrisonburg team, that went the distance, but it's nice to see a pitcher get hot. And it's really nice to see teams like Purcellville and Harrisonburg find their stride. So some other games in the league that night. Jordan, what are we missing here? What else happened on this date back in 2019?
Well, Graham, the D word, doubleheader, not my personal favorite, like Dinger, as Aaron has mentioned. But yeah, if we're looking for another set of doubleheaders, we got it. Ernie Banks, one of my favorite players, he said, let's play 2. That's exactly what Newmarket and Waynesboro gave us. And Newmarket's going to hang on. They're going to have a pair of 1-run victories in this doubleheader series. And the first one, it comes down to Jeremiah McCullum. If we're talking about pitchers who just don't want to give up the ball and who want the ball in the limelight when it matters, McCullum got it. He did not squander that opportunity. He's going to come in right after Waynesboro scores a run, and he's going to close the door on the defending champs. 5-4 is the final in game 1 of that series before we move on to game 2 and we do it all over again. And once again, those very slim, very highly contested 1-run victories. Newmarket's going to get another one. They're going to get a 2-1 victory out of this one over Waynesboro, and this time it comes out of the glove of Austin Elliott. But either way, Waynesboro just can't get that extra run. Or the extra 2 to put it away, but even the extra 1s to send it into extra innings, more free baseball. I don't know if 14 is enough, but in this case it wasn't. 5-4 in game 1 and 2-1 in game 2. And moving on to the second game that I want to recap, and that's between the Woodstock River Bandits, who also, like Purcellville and Harrisonburg, they definitely have a turnaround of their own going here. They took on the Strasburg Express, and personally, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Caleb Ward. My friend, have a day, take a bow, you deserve it. Caleb Ward is going to go 3 for 4 in this game. He's going to provide the River Bandits with a double and that dinger, that home run needed in that ball game. 4 RBIs are going to be coming off his bat in this one. And just some interesting stuff in the 5th inning. If you are the Strasburg Express, you score 4 runs, you take a 4-3 lead. What do you do if you're Woodstock? It's easy. You score 4 runs right back. They would have taken an 8-3 lead there, but the final score in this one, 10-4. How about them River Bandits, Graham? Here we go.
Yeah, how about them River Bandits? It's just crazy. I think I've covered a number of doubleheaders in this league over the years, and they're almost always splits. I know it happens. Winchester did it to get into the playoffs, but it's usually it's a split. So it's nice to hear that somebody walked away with both pairs. Let's play two. I like that. Well, hey, I still think the D word is a doubleheader. And, we're going to have to give the honors to this, but 35 runs. So get your abacus out and start sliding those beads across the bar because you got a lot of runs to count. Aaron, you want to tee it up?
Yeah, just to really point out quickly, 3 weeks in and the Lumberjacks are leading the league. So we're just going to have to watch where people fall as things progress. They're 9-4 right now. So watch out for them. And for now, let's count some runs and let's play ball.
Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, cousins, of course, mops and pops, or if you prefer, grandmas and grandpas, and baseball fans everywhere, welcome to the 2019 season of the Valley League. Before we get to tonight's game, let me let you know that these live streams are brought to you by Sheetz. Sheetz is perfect for busy lifestyles, and they're open 24/7, so grab breakfast, dinner on the go, or a late night snack. With nearly 600 stores in 6 states, there's always a Sheetz near you. Sheetz, run and done. This live stream is also brought to you by Subway. Check out Subway's delicious new club collection, the new State Club, the new Southwest Chicken Club, and the American Club. Subway, make it what you want. This live stream is also brought to you by Grace Burrows, New York Times best-selling author and baseball friend to the Valley Baseball League. Grace Burrows, she believes in love and baseball. Bottom line, if you can't find love on the baseball diamond, take a look at graceburrows.com. Now, here are your announcers with tonight's game.
And with the playing of our national anthem, we are ready for Father's Day baseball here in Charlottesville. And it's the Charlottesville Tom Sox hosting the Purcellville Cannons on a beautiful Father's Day Sunday afternoon, a rare afternoon starting game for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. I'm Steve Gaines along with Tyler Fannin. And Tyler, the Tom Sox are in a little bit of a skid right now. They've lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, the last 4 games just haven't been our night, and we're looking to bounce back. Last night was our first loss at home, unfortunately, but it was a close one. The Tom Sox tried to rally late, but they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, they were almost had it done. They had it down to their last strike, I understand.
Yeah, they
Ninth inning, and then gave up a 3-run double, went behind 6-4, pulled back to within a run in the bottom of the ninth, but ended up losing 6-5.
Yeah, it wasn't a good look.
And it's their first 4-game losing streak in the Corey Hunt era. So something that we're not used to as Tom Sox fans since Corey Hunt has been coaching this franchise. So hopefully today on a beautiful Sunday afternoon they can turn things around against the Purcellville Cannons.
Yeah, the Tom Sox are only half a game behind Waynesboro for 3rd place in the division right now. So this is a big one, trying to bounce back.
It is indeed. So on the mound for the Tom Sox is Michael Zubovich. He is a right-hander out of Randolph-Macon, comes in with a 2.25 ERA, 2-0 on the year. He's worked in 8 innings, given up just 6 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, and he struck out 11 in those 8 innings. So pretty good start so far. He hasn't walked a batter yet this year. So good opportunity to break the skid here with a quality starter on the mound.
Yes, we've got a really good chance with him on the mound.
Absolutely. So one of 3 scheduled meetings this year for the Tom Sox and the Cannons. The other 2 later in the year will both take place up in Purcellville. So Purcellville's only visit here to Charlottesville here at the ballpark on a Sunday afternoon. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there as we get ready for baseball. As Tyler mentioned, the Tom Sox are in 4th place. They were in 1st place just a few days ago, but now have fallen down to 4th place with that losing streak at 6-5. Stanton leading the South at 9-4, Covington 8-4, Waynesboro at 6-3, and Charlottesville and the Turks at 3-7. Purcellville, by the way, is in last place in the North Division. There are 3 wins and 8 losses coming into this game. So we are about to get underway here in Charlottesville. Morgan Hyde will lead things off. It's Morgan Hyde, Michael Brewer, and Jose Aquino here in the top half of the first inning for the Purcellville Cannons against Michael Zubovich. Morgan Hyde steps into the batter's box, a right-hand hitter on the year, hitting at 300. 6 base hits on the year, no home runs, no RBIs. And we are ready now for the first pitch. Here it comes, just on the outside corner for a called strike. Catching it low and away. Morgan Hyde joined the team on June 11th after playing in the NCAA tournament with Coastal Carolina. His teammates with one of the Tom Sox, Alaska Abney. Here's the pitch, swinging a high fly ball into right center. The right fielder McMullen going over. He's got it medium depth for the first out. One away here, and that'll bring up Michael Brewer, the left fielder for Purcellville. Brewer will also step in from the right side of the plate, facing the right-hander Zubovich. Brewer also is a pitcher sometimes. On the year hitting .356. First pitch swing and a high foul out of play. .356 hitter, 16 base hits, 10 RBIs. He's got a home run. He's walked 5 times. He's stolen 5 bases. So good speed, good bat here. A dangerous hitter for Purcellville here with 1 out, nobody on in the top of the first. Zubovich has the sign, kicks and deals. Breaking ball, misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Michael Brewer out of Eastern Kentucky University. Zubovich with the pitch, missing inside again. 2 balls and 1 strike. To Brewer with Jose Aquino, the shortstop, on deck for Purcellville. Zubovich has the sign. Here's the windup and the pitch, and that one missing low with another breaking ball, and now it's 3-1, so he's in danger of putting a speedy base runner on here. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul straight back, and that brings things full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Brewer. Brewer had a big freshman year at Eastern Kentucky where he made all Ohio Valley Conference tournament team. Certainly one of the Purcellville Cannons' top young prospects. Payoff pitch coming here from Zubovich. On the way, swing and a high pop foul. Back out of play. Count holds at 3-2. 1 out, nobody on. Just underway here on Father's Day in Charlottesville.
Michael Brewer is the second most productive batter, right after Aquino, for the Cannons, like you said.
Here's a swing and a ground ball to the second baseman. Plays the easy hop. Coker over to Wally first for the out. 2 up and 2 down here in the first inning. And that'll bring up Jose Aquino, who, as Tyler just mentioned, most dangerous hitter.
Yes, he leads the Valley Baseball League with 6 home runs on the summer so far.
You got to be careful here with Aquino also batting .391 out of San Jacinto North College. 18 base hits, 6 of them for home runs, 12 RBIs. Obviously a dangerous hitter. Comes up here with nobody on and 2 outs, takes the first pitch low for a ball. Aquino pretty much leads across the board in terms of offensive statistics for Purcellville. 1-0 pitch is hit in the air to center. Center fielder Richardson going back, looking up, and it's gone.
And that's another home run.
Number 7, yes.
Just to add it on.
Hit that to straightaway center field, and the ball just kept carrying. Didn't look like a big jump off the bat, but it did not stop, and center fielder Richardson ran out of room right at the wall. Right over the Erosti sign near the 365 mark out there. 1-0 in favor of Purcellville.
The level of detail is needed.
I'll bring up Andrew Kosiski, the cleanup hitter, the third baseman. Kosiski out of Hampton, Sydney, 259 on the year. 7 base hits, no homers, no RBIs. Left-hand hitter facing the righty Zubovich, and the first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. Kosiski had his season high of 2 base hits in the win over Newmarket Saturday night last night, so had a good game, hoping to keep things going for himself. Here's the 1 strike offering, missing outside, even things up at a ball and a strike. Here's the righty Zubovich's 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, took something off of it, and way ahead of it was Kosiski, and he's in a hole 1 and 2. He's batting in the cleanup role, though does not have any home runs yet on the year. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. The ball is dropped by the catcher, and he will lob it down to first base for the putout, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning, retiring the side. The Cannons do pick up a run on the long home run from Jose Aquino, and we are heading into the bottom of the 1st.
So at Sheets, we really exist to make people's lives easier every day. In this moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with some of our lucky fans to help make their dreams come true. How are you? I'm Ryan Sheets. Here's a brand new truck for you, man. A once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation to Turks and Caicos. Have you ever been there?
I've never been anywhere.
A check for $25,000.
This is a testament to why everybody should be a Sheets freak.
Take me out to the ball game. Oh, wait, we're already here.
Barry Lee and Katie G, hoping you're enjoying the old ball game and inviting you to join us each weekday morning from 5 to 10 a.m. on your 92.5 Wink FM.
Back in Charlottesville, where the Tom Sox will come in here into the bottom of the 1st inning, trailing by a run after the home run from Jose Aquino, and they'll be facing right-hander Blaze Pontus out of Hawaii University. Pontus comes in with a 3.60 ERA. He's 0-1 on the year. He's worked in 5 innings, given up 9 base hits, and 4 runs, 2 of them earned. Struck out 1, walked 4. So Blaze Pontus, right-hander, to face the Charlottesville Tom Sox. Brock Edge, Cayman Richardson, and Walker Imwali here in the bottom of the 1st inning. Brock Edge will lead things off. Left-hand swinger against the righty Pontus. Edge coming in out of Florida at 375 on the year. Just joined the ball club a couple days ago. Only had 8 at-bats so far. First pitch outside is a ball. 1-0. So he's been up to the plate 8 times, has 3 base hits, a couple of RBIs. He's walked once and struck out once. The 1-0 pitch, laced foul on the right side and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brock Edge. Florida Gator. Here in the bottom of the 1st. 1-0 Purcellville.
Yeah, the University of Florida is one of those schools that we have a great relationship with McMullen coming back for his 2019 year this year.
Here's a little soft looper toward the shortstop, Aquino, and he will easily play that one right near the bag at second. So there's 1 away.
University of Virginia, number 14.
And that'll bring up Cayman Richardson, the UVA product, center fielder, right-hand swinger.
He leads the Tom Sox with 18 hits and the 3rd highest total in the league.
Yeah, hitting .429 on the year. 13 hits, 1 of them a home run. He's got 10 RBIs, 2nd on the ball club in RBIs. Breaking ball, just missing off the inside part of the plate. A ball and no strikes to Richardson.
Right now, Richardson is riding a 5-game hit streak, actually. Let's see if he can get it up to 6 today.
The 1-0 pitch missing outside with a fastball, 2-0 to Richardson. Walker M. Wally on deck. Pontus has the sign. He kicks and deals. Swing and a foul straight back. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1-0 Purcellville. Bottom of the first inning. A rare afternoon game here in Seaville Weekly Ballpark.
Yeah, I wish I saw that. That's a big boy.
Here's the 2-1 offering. Swing and another foul just outside the third base line. Count is 2-2.
He wanted to hit him. Yeah. I'm sure he wanted to play that beat out.
He got his wallet.
If I'd have been then, I would have been throwing his shin the next time he was up. If they didn't do it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom half of the first. Blaze Pontus up on the hill, kicks and deals. Swing and a line drive, right field, base hit. Kamen Richardson is aboard with a single here in the first inning. That'll bring up Walker M. Wally. Walker M. Wally out of Davidson, coming in at 276 on the year. Got 8 base hits. He's got a home run, 7 runs batted in. Big left-hand hitter.
He's also been a big part of the offense, scoring at least 1 run in 4 out of the last 5 games he's played in.
Big chance here to get something going with Richardson at first. Here's the pitch from the stretch. Is hit foul out of play on the right side, or left side, I should say. 1 strike to M. Wally. Pontus now will look in from the sign. Richardson out to a lead. Infield, middle is playing at double play depth for Purcellville. Here's a throw over to first, just a soft toss. Back easily is Richardson. 1 strike the count to Walker M. Wally with cleanup hitter Kevin Madden on deck. From the set, here's the pitch, swing and a foul straight back. 2 strike the count now to Walker M. Wally.
They lost. They gave up a 2-run homer in the 9th inning.
So when Wally is back in there looking in for the sign is Pontus. Goes to the bell.
Yeah.
Quick check of the runner. And now the pitch way outside. They went with a pitch out there thinking that Richardson might be running. He was not. A ball and 2 strikes.
Who gave us the home run? Jansen?
Yep. With like 2 outs.
Yeah.
Quickly now, ready with the sign. Here's the pitch. Swing and a high, long fly ball. If it stays fair, it's gone. And it is a foul ball. That was tattooed, but just got around on it a little early.
Just a tad. If he would have had that, that would have been a big for the Tom Sox.
I couldn't even tell where it went out, but the umpire at home plate saw it, and it's just nothing but a long foul ball. The count holds, a ball and 2 strikes. From the stretch, 1-2 pitches outside with a curveball that didn't break enough. 2-2. Wim Wally was very nearly hitting his 2nd home run of the year, but just missing it. From the stretch, here's the 2-2 pitch, missing again outside, and the count goes full. We'll see if they start Richardson here with a full count. Big, powerful hitter Michael M. Wally or Walker M. Wally. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swing and a chopper toward the shortstop Aquino. He will go to second himself and then throw to first, and not in time. Very close play at first, bang bang. Infield umpire calling M. Wally safe on the fielder's choice as Aquino tried to go unassisted.
The third baseman from Virginia Tech, number 26, Kevin Madden.
That'll bring up Kevin Madden with 2 outs. Runner at first. Madden is the third baseman out of Virginia Tech. 372 on the year. 16 base hits, 11 RBIs. Has a chance to perhaps deliver here. Swings and fouls it out of play. Strike 1. He's walked 7 times, struck out 5 times.
Madden's another big piece of the offense for the Tom Sox. He's had a hit in 10 out of the last 11 games played, and he's reached a base in in the last 11 games.
Takes this pitch on the inside corner. Quickly, Madden is in a hole. 2 strikes, 0-2. And Wally at first, 2 down. 1-0 Purcellville. Righty-righty matchup, and this pitch missing just off the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes to Madden.
That was my daughter, yeah, in New York. We're in New York. Watch it.
Madden looks down to his third base coach, now steps back in. Pontus will continue to work from the stretch. Runner bluffs going, swing, and a ground ball right back up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. And Wally started to go, but then stopped, and he will only get to second as it's a slow roller right back up the middle for a single. Second hit of the inning. Runners at first and second. And that'll bring up Dan Harwood. So 2 outs, runners at first and second. The designated hitter, Dan Harwood, out of Worcester. 294 hitter. He's got 10 base hits. He's got a home run. He's got 9 runs batted in. And he scored 8 times. Bats here with a chance to deliver a 2-out RBI. Here's the pitch missing inside. Ball 1. Harwood is a left-hander facing the righty Blaze Pontus. From the stretch, here's the pitch, swing, and a chopper toward the second baseman. And up with it is Juano. He'll throw to first for the out, and the side is retired. No runs, 2 base hits, 2 left. We are heading to the second inning. It's a 1-0 Purcellville lead.
To make sure it's all straight and beautiful. And that's a task we can take care of, and it's brought to you by our friends at Charlottesville and Purcellville, creating beautiful smiles that last a lifetime. It's so warm.
So we are heading to the top of the second inning. We've seen 1 home run to straightaway center off the Purcellville bat of Jose Aquino. We almost saw a long home run from Walker M. Wally, so a little bit of power here early on, Tyler.
Definitely. He, if he just kind of gave it 1 more split second, he would have had a home run right there.
Just got around on it a little early here, so it's 1-0 Purcellville. Back to the hill for the Tom Sox is Michael Zubovich. Just gave up that home run in the first inning to the most dangerous hitter in the lineup for Purcellville. That is Jose Aquino. Took it out to straightaway center. So once again, the Tom Sox trying to break their 4-game losing streak, which ironically came after a 6-game winning streak. So apparently a streaky ball club.
Yep. We started off very hot and kind of just slipped up just a little bit and kind of just carried on for the last 3-4 games. So it's a big opportunity to get those divisional standings back.
It'll be 5, 6, and 7 for Purcellville. Tyler Leak, Chase Sanguinetti, and Jacob Stanley. Tyler Leak is the right fielder. He will start things off here, a right-hander facing the righty Zubovich.
What'd I miss?
Tyler Leak out of Appalachian State, hitting only 167, but he's only got 6 at-bats thus far. He's 1 for 6. A couple of RBIs. First pitch is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner at the knees. Strike 1 to Leak.
This is Leak's only 4th game of the summer so far, so maybe he's kind of warming up to the Valley League.
Big breaking ball missing inside. A ball and 1 strike to Leak. Former Tom Sox player Chase Sanguinetti is on deck. Here's a foul back off the screen, straight behind home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Beautiful sunny day. Slight breeze that seems to be circling around the ballpark. The 1-2 offering. Took something off of it, just missed it off the outside part of the plate. 2-2. Here's the pitch from the righty. Chopper toward third base. Coming up with it is Madden. He'll sidearm it across the diamond and just gets it by half a step. Had to make a strong throw. It was a slow roller. And Madden indeed made a very strong throw across the diamond to just get the out. 5-3. We'll bring up Chase Sanguinetti, who actually started the season in a Tom Sox uniform, if I'm correct.
Yeah, he did.
So a rarity here in the Valley League that he changed teams in this during the season, but he is in fact now with Purcellville hitting at 143. Left-hander takes the first pitch low and outside, ball 1. 7 at-bats with Purcellville, 1 base hit. No RBIs yet. Zubovich from the full windup. Here's a swing, and he just got a slight piece of it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sanguinetti out of Florida State University. With designated hitter Jacob Stanley on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Check swing, and just missing. They'll appeal down to first. Very difficult call, though, for the first base umpire with a left-hand batter, and he says he did not go. 2 balls and a strike. Zubovich, the windup and the pitch, swing, and a high fly ball to deep right field. Right fielder going back, has it on the track and lost it in the sun. And the ball lands right next to him on the track. And going into second with a stand-up double is Chase Sanguinetti. Right at the last second, it looked like he held his glove up like he couldn't find it. So right fielder Kirby McMullen had it, I think, all the way, and then just lost it at one point and went through the sun in this rare afternoon game. And so Sanguinetti is aboard second base. Jacob Stanley, left-hand hitter, the DH, will step in now for the Cannons with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Stanley out of Chipola. Familiar with that school?
I've definitely never seen the name. However, they did win the JUCO National Championship 2 years ago.
There you go. First pitch is a called strike at the knees on the outside corner to Stanley. Hitting at 115 on the year. He's 3 of 26, but he's got 2 home runs, so 2 of his 3 hits been round trippers. Bats here with a runner at second and 1 out. Purcellville leading 1-0, top of the second. From the stretch, check back to the runner. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, and an off-speed pitch. Way out in front of it, it's 0-2. Chase Sanguinetti is at second base on a double that was lost in the sun. Stepping back in now is the DH Stanley. Zubovich looking in for the sign from his battery mate Cal Greenfield. Has it. Goes to the set, looks back toward the runner. Now the pitch missing outside and low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wind kicking up now, blowing straight away to right field. With a left-hand hitter who's got some power at the plate. Here's the 1-2 offering. Took something off of it and missed away. 2-2. Number 8 hitter Kyle Hayes, the catcher, on deck for Purcellville. Another long look in for the sign, and Zubovich has what he likes. Checks back toward the runner. 2-2 pitch swing, and he just got a piece of it and dribbled it back toward the screen. The count holds at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away and 1 on. 1-0 Purcellville, top half of the second inning. Zubovich now looking back in the shortstop, cutting over behind the runner. Now will retreat back to this position, and pitch is taken outside and low, and the count goes full. 3-2 now. Runner in scoring position with 1 away. And a throw back toward the shortstop, covering behind the runner, Ryan, but no play made on the runner, Sanguinetti. He's back standing. Count holds at 3-2. Left hand hitting Jacob Stanley against the righty, Michael Zubovich. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Big strikeout there with one out and runner at second. That's 2 outs in the inning. Second strikeout of the game for Zubovich, and that'll bring up Kyle Hayes. Hayes out of James Madison University, a 179 hitter coming in. Got 5 base hits on the year, 2 RBIs, no homers. He struck out 7 times. Also walked 7 times. Hayes is the catcher, a right-hand hitter, batting here with 2 outs and a runner at second in scoring position. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Catches the knees and is a called strike to Hayes. Number 8 hitter for Purcellville, trying to deliver a 2-out RBI. Purcellville with a 1-0 lead. Top of the second. From the stretch, checking back toward the runner. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul back over the press box and out of play. 0-2. So Zubovich peering in for the sign from Greenfield, with the runner still down at second. 2-strike pitch, swing, and a high looper to right field. It's going to be trouble. Right fielder running over. McMullen chases it down. Had to go a long way to get that one near the foul line, but does so indeed and strands a man at second. 1 hit in the inning, no runs. We are heading to the bottom of the second. It's 1-0 Purcellville over Charlottesville.
Take me out to the ball game. Oh, wait, we're already here.
Barry Lee and Katie G hoping you're enjoying the old ball game and inviting you to join us each weekday morning from 5 to 10 a.m. on your 92.5 Wink FM.
Back at Seaville Weekly Ballpark, heading to the bottom of the second. Steve Gaines and Tyler Fannin bringing you the Charlottesville Tom Sox Purcellville Cannons action here. Purcellville with a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the second inning. 6, 7, and 8 for the Tom Sox, facing right-hander Blaze Pontus. Kirby McMullen will lead things off. He is the right fielder, just made the nice play at to end the top half of the second, running a long way to chase one down after losing one in the sun prior to that. McMullen out of Florida, doesn't have a hit yet on the year. He just joined the ball club, swings and misses in strike 1. Had 4 at bats, but he has scored a run. He walked and came around to score. Here's the 1-strike pitch, swing and a line drive toward left field. The left fielder running over and is going to run out of room, and he hits the wall. Ooh, hit the wall hard as he was chasing that foul ball. I don't think he saw the fence, just ran headlong into it, and he is laying down. He hit that hard. The only thing I could think of is he didn't realize it was there, because he didn't even begin to slow down. He was on a dead run.
I'm sure while he was looking up at the ball, he kind of lost track of where he was on the field.
Yeah, and I guess because he was going into foul territory, maybe he was thinking there was not a fence there.
Yeah.
But he really hit that hard. And there are a couple of players, a trainer from Charlottesville, all out there to check on the left fielder, Michael Brewer. It's a long foul ball. Hit very hard by McMullen. It had the distance, had home run distance. But a lot of concern for the left fielder. And he is still down on the field. It's a short fence. It's not the full height of the fence that covers fair territory. But it had to be kind of an abrupt shock for him to hit it because I don't think he knew it was even coming. I'm guessing it would have hit him in somewhere in the midsection.
It appears that he's walking off right now.
It's a good sign.
Yep.
Blocked by a pole. Does it look like he's leaving the field?
Yeah, it looks like he is.
Yeah, here comes another player coming in, it looks like.
Maybe he just got the wind knocked out of him.
He might have, because it probably hit him in the gut.
Yeah, probably.
I'm guessing. Looks like number 21, Max Krabby, is going to go into left field to take the place of Brewer. So Max Krabby, not sure. He will head out to play right field to take the place of Michael Brewer, who hit the fence in foul territory on the dead run on a long foul ball hit off the bat of Kirby McMullen. And with the long delay, Blaze Pontus will take a couple of warm-up tosses. Try and get his arm back warmed up. And now we're ready to go. The umpire goes behind the plate, and Kirby McMullen will step back in with one dramatic strike. 0-1 is the count. Just underway here in the bottom of the second inning. Purcellville leading at 1-0. Right-hander McMullen is in and ready, and here's the pitch from Pontus, and that one is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch, swing, and a high fly ball toward right. Right fielder coming over near the foul line. He will make the catch just inside fair territory. A fly ball to right field for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Cal Greenfield, the catcher. Another Florida product. Cal Greenfield, apparently just joining the ball club. Don't show any statistics for him as of yet. Guessing this must be his first game.
This is his first game. He just got in town yesterday, coming up here with McMullen, also from Florida.
Ground ball, takes a bad hop on the third baseman, but he keeps the ball in front of him, does Kosiski. Ball bounced off near his throat, and he stayed with it and is able to throw the catcher, Cal Greenfield, out. So quickly, 1 pitch. It goes 5-3. 2 up and 2 down, and that'll bring up Luke Coker. So as Tyler said, Greenfield was his first at bat. Almost got his way on base because the ball took a funny hop on the third baseman, but Kosiski made a nice play to keep the ball right there in front of him and make the out. So Luke Coker, the Charlottesville second baseman, a left-hand hitter, steps in now, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled just off the catcher's mitt. Coker is out of Elon, and he is 1 for 6 on the year thus far. Despite only having 1 hit, he's got 2 RBIs. Left-hander facing the righty Pontus. Here's the pitch. Off speed, misses low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second. 1-0 Purcellville. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Off speed, missing low. 2-1. Number 9 hitter Greg Ryan would be next if Coker can keep things going here. Two balls, one strike. Pontus with the windup and the pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner for a strike, evening things up at 2-2. The lefty is in there and ready. Here's the pitch from the right-hander. Pontus is a soft looper toward left field, and it's going to fall in for a base hit in front of the new left fielder Crabb. And a little two-out single there from Luke Coker. Didn't hit it hard, but as they say, hit them where they ain't. And that's exactly what he did there. He's aboard with a two-out single. And that'll bring up Greg Ryan.
Greg Ryan had a big game last night with a home run in the bottom of the 8th in the attempt to keep the rally going for the Tom Sox.
That was his first home run of the year. Greg Ryan Jr. out of Pitt, hitting .400. Got 14 base hits on the year. That first home run last night, as Tyler mentioned. He's got 4 RBIs. Bats here with 2 outs and a runner at first. Pitch is high and tight, bending him out of the way, and it's 1-0. Runner at first, getting out to a pretty decent lead is Luke Coker from the stretch. Here's the pitch, way high. Now a catcher will make a snap throw down to first, and diving back safely is the runner Coker. 2-0. Coker does not have a stolen base yet on the year. He's taken a pretty good lead. This time not quite as far off the bag. Now time is called. 2 balls, no strikes to the number 9 hitter Greg Ryan. Trying to keep things going here and bring things back to the top of the order in the bottom of the 2nd. Here's the 2-0 pitch, breaking ball, missing inside. 3-0. So now Pontus in a hole, staring at a possible 2-out walk. 3-0 offering, swung on and hit high and deep to the left field. That one's going back at the wall and right in front of the wall. Crabb is able to haul it in, gave it a good ride, but that ball just didn't carry like Aquino's did. And so we leave a man on. 1 hit, 1 left on, no runs across. We are through 2. Purcellville 1, Charlottesville nothing.
Okay, fans, it's now time for the Team Super race with our very devoted Louis. Let's go down to the field to the artist formerly known as Ben.
Take me out to the ball game. Oh, wait, we're already here.
Barry Lee and Katie G, hoping you're enjoying the old ball game and inviting you to join us each weekday morning from 5 to 10 a.m. on your 92.5 Wink FM.
Here's the windup and the pitch, and that is just a little high, not much, to Ryan Kawano. 2 balls and 1 strike. Leading off here in the top of the 3rd for Purcellville, which leads at 1-0. 2-1 offering, swing and a chopper toward the shortstop. Ryan is over near second base, throws to first for the out, And there's one away. And that'll bring up the top of the order, and Morgan Hyde, who hit a fly ball to right field his first time up. Out of Coastal Carolina, a 300 hitter on the year coming in. 6 base hits, no home runs.
He's recorded 2 hits in 3 of the last 4 games for the Cannons. So he's taken over the leadoff hitter spot.
Here's a ball hit in the air once again to right field, and barely moving is the right fielder McMullen, and he will haul this one in. Had some trouble with the sun a couple innings ago, but able to make that play easily out in right. 2 up and 2 down. Nice quick start to the inning for Zubovich, and that will bring up the number 2 hitter, Michael Brewer. Oh, check that. Michael Brewer's out of the game. Max Crabb. Michael Brewer, if you weren't with us, had to leave the game because he chased hard after a foul ball down left field and didn't realize there was a fence in foul territory and hit that on the dead run. So he walked off the field after laying out for a while, but he has left the ball game, and so Max Crabb has come in to replace him. First pitch is a breaking ball and misses outside. Ball 1. Crabb is out of Hawaii. A 350 hitter on the year. 7 base hits. He's got an RBI, a couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. Second pitch missing low, and 2-0 is the count.
He comes from Hawaii. He's one of the currently only 2 players in the Valley Baseball League from Hawaii.
That's a long way to come to play in the Valley Baseball League. 2-0 pitch is hit in the air, foul back out of play. And the other one, I guess, is the pitcher for them. Blaze Pontus is out of Hawaii, I believe.
I'm curious to see how they persuaded him to come out here.
Right.
Can't imagine they wanted to leave Hawaii.
Yeah. Time taken now by the hitter Crabb. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 3rd. Here's the windup and the pitch from Zubovich. And there's a fastball just missing low. 3-1. With a very dangerous Jose Aquino on deck. You really don't want to put Crabb on here in front of Aquino, who hit long home run to straightaway center, which is the only run of the game thus far. And there's the pitch that puts him aboard. So base on balls, a 2-out walk, which to make matters worse. And you're bringing up Jose Aquino, one of the top hitters in all of the Valley League. As we just mentioned, hitting a home run to straightaway center back in the 1st inning. Responsible for the only run of this game. It's a 1-0 Purcellville lead. He comes here up with 2 outs and a runner at first. Big right-hand hitter. He's the shortstop for Purcellville. Here's the pitch. Missing. Nope. Catching at the knees. Strike 1 to Aquino. Zubovich working from the stretch. Quick check of the runner. Here's the pitch. A breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-2. So he's got Aquino in a quick hole.
Aquino's really dangerous, so whenever he's at the plate, no matter what the count is, he could rip one off.
From the set. 2-strike pitch. Breaking ball. Missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Tried to get him to fish after it, but Aquino not biting. Wind has completely died down now. It just picks up some and then stops altogether, so that's a fortunate thing. The flag not moving at all. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball called, strike 3, and Aquino knew it. Turned and walked to the dugout right as the pitch was being called, so runner left at first, and no runs across. We are heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Purcellville 1 and Charlottesville 0. Well, we've had a nice run of cool and comfortable days, but that's come to an abrupt halt today, Tyler.
Yes. You are not kidding. It is a hot one today.
Very warm day and a rare afternoon home game for the Charlottesville Tom Sox, celebrating Father's Day with afternoon baseball here on a hot Sunday afternoon. The Tom Sox will have the top of the order coming up to face Blaze Pontus here in the bottom of the third inning. Tom Sox trying to break a 4-game losing streak with Edge, Richardson, and Imwali here in the bottom of the third. Brock Edge, the left fielder, popped out his first time to short. He's 0 for 1. He's a lefty facing the right-hander, Blaze Pontus.
Brock Edge, another guy out of Florida. We, like I mentioned earlier, have a great relationship with him, with McMullen coming back. I know his twin brother was with us last year as well.
That's where I recognized the name. I didn't realize it was his twin brother. Okay. Here's a chopper foul.
I'm pretty sure his twin brother ended up in the Cape Cod League this year, so we couldn't get him back for us. But, you know, more power to him, kind of extending his career.
1 strike is the count to Brock Edge. Left-hander steps back in and is ready. Righty Pontus with the full windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, took something off of it. And 1 ball and 1 strike is the count to Brock Edge with Kamen Richardson on deck. Here's the 1-1 offering. Just inside, 2 balls and a strike. Many of these Florida prospects have just recently joined the club, and Edge is one of those. He's only got 8 at-bats thus far, but he's got 3 hits. And actually, 3 for 9 now. Takes this pitch low, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike, so Edge is way up in the count now. Trying to draw that leadoff walk.
Yeah. He led the Tom Sox on Wednesday with Cam Richardson with 2 hits in the loss at Newmarket.
Here's a soft liner to left. The left fielder coming in, Max Crabb, tried to dive and catch it, but is unable to come up with it. The ball just dropping in front of him. And so a little looping single to start things off here in the third for the Tom Sox, and that will bring up Kamen Richardson. The UVA product singled to right his first time up. And comes up here with a runner at first. We'll see if they're going to put anything on. Richardson coming in at .429 on the year. Top hitter in terms of average for the Tom Sox. Here's the pitch. No sign of bunt. He takes it up high, ball 1. Brock Edge, although he's only been here for a couple of games, has 2 stolen bases already, so he's definitely got good speed. Here's a throw over to first, and he will dive back, but it's not really a play over there. 1-0 the count to Richardson with Walker Imwali on deck. Edge getting himself out to a pretty decent lead from the set. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul back off the screen. 1-1.
Richardson with 13 runs scored is the 3rd highest total in the league. He's been a big part of the offense that we've seen in the first 6 games, but it hasn't been here in the past 4, and it's been showing in the record.
There you go. Here's a pitch hit high in the air, but out of play, and foul. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. The sound of the train as the ball heads over toward the Amtrak area. So what you're saying, Tyler, is we need Kamen Richardson to get going here to get things going again.
Yes, it would be very nice to see a little bit more of the offense coming up.
Here's a pitch, missing just high, not by much. 2-2. Tough one to take, but he took it and evens things up here with the speedy Brock Edge at first, and nobody out. Edge getting out to a good lead. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swing and a soft looper toward the right fielder. Right fielder going out, second baseman going out, and neither can get it. It's going to fall in between them for another soft base hit. Both of them here in the third inning. Just little soft loopers, 1 to left and 1 to right, but the Tom Sox have something going with runners at first and second, nobody out, and Walker Imwally coming up. Imwally hit into a fielder's choice his first time, a little bouncer toward Aquino at short, who stepped on second but unable to get Imwally at first, but he was stranded there. Batting here with 2 outs and, 2 on and nobody out. Good speed at second base for sure, and probably at first as well. Edge and Richardson on base for Imwally. The left-hand hitter, big left-hand hitter, just barely missed a long home run his first time. Takes this pitch inside, ball 1. Got every bit of it, but just got around slightly early and barely foul down the right field line. From the stretch, Pontus checking the runners. Here's the pitch, swinging another long fly ball to right. Right fielder going back at the wall. He will watch it go right over the 2017 VBL champion sign in right field. Another long hit. This time it's fair though for Walker Imwally. A 3-run homer here in the bottom of the third. It's a 3-1 Tom Sox lead.
And there's that offense we were talking about earlier in the season we kept seeing, but it's looking to be back maybe today.
So Imwally now has hit 2 really, really long balls. The first one was foul in the first inning. This one.
That's his second home run on the summer as well. His first came at Stanton in, I believe it was game 3.
Well, he got all of that one. And so 3-1, a sudden turnaround here against Blaise Pontus of Purcellville, and we'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Kevin Madden. Madden hit a single back up the middle his first time. He's 1 for 1. And the pitch missing just off the outside corner for a ball.
Kevin Madden's one of only 4 Tom Sox to make an appearance in every game so far. They've put a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he's been carrying the load pretty well, it seems, offensively.
Swings and misses at a pitch low and away. Got fooled on that one, did Madden. 1 ball and 1 strike. So he's out of Virginia Tech. Obviously a good, consistent player, as Tyler mentioned. Here's the pitch. Ground ball left side through the hole for a base hit. Into left field. 4th straight hit of the inning for the Tom Sox. 3 singles with the 3-run homer thrown in there. So Madden is at first. Still nobody out, and that will bring up the designated hitter, Dan Harwood. Madden does have 2 stolen bases, so he has got good speed. And now there's going to be a little conference at the mound. Catcher Kyle Hayes going out to chat with Blaise Pontus as the Cannons get somebody up in the bullpen. Got a left-hander warming up over there. So just a little conference here with infielder Aquino and the catcher Hayes. They'll break things up and return back. So Dan Harwood coming in at 0 for 1. He grounded out to second base his first time. He's a lefty facing the righty Pontus. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Harwood at 294. Does have a home run so far. Has 9 runs batted in. By the way, Madden, or should say, here's a swing and a miss. Imwally now with 10 RBIs after the 3-run homer. From the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss and a changeup. 2 balls and a strike to Harwood.
Harwood has scored at least 1 run in back-to-back games for the Tom Sox. And I hear we also have a nice story on him on the Tom Sox TV, if you guys would like to check that out.
Runner at first, nobody out. 3 runs in for the Tom Sox. Here's a pitch missing way outside. 3-1. Umpire saying 2-2. They had it wrong on the scoreboard. Check that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pontus working from the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing and a high foul out of play. Nope. Left fielder's over there, and he's going to get it. And he is right in front of the fence where Michael Brewer almost ran into it, and he takes a fall, but he falls right in front of the fence. And he's a little shaken up. It's like he stumbled as he got near the fence. And he is hunched over. And once again, left fielder for Purcellville having trouble with a foul ball. This one, though, is caught for the out. First out of the inning, and once again, they will have to go out and look, but Crabb now says he's okay. Just a little shaken up when he took a spill right in front of that same fence that Michael Brewer ran headlong into. So one away, and the runner holding at first. So the training staff and the coaches out there looking, but Crabb is waving them away, and so they will retreat. I think there's a conversation going on over there.
They're having a conversation. They're walking out now.
I guess they want to just look at him just to be sure.
He did take a little bit of a fall over there.
It looks like there's a little bit of a hill as you just get into foul territory, and I think he didn't expect the heel maybe and just stumbled.
The slight angle difference from the infield and the foul territory maybe throwing off the Cannons a little bit.
He's looking up and trying to catch the ball. So they're still talking to him out there. I mean, Crabb said he wanted to stay in the game.
He got up and he looked fine walking back into the infield, but I guess you can never be too safe with injuries.
So Dan Harwood was the hitter that hit the foul ball, caught just in foul territory. It's the first out of the inning. Still a runner at first in the person of Kevin Madden. He's doing push-ups out there for some odd reason. I guess making sure he didn't do something to his arm.
Yeah, maybe it's just a caution test for the trainers.
I'm used to seeing push-ups as punishment.
Yeah, some kind of accountability tactic. You know, if they drop the ball or...
Yeah. So still a long conversation out there. The trainers, two trainers are out there speaking with the left fielder, Max Crabb.
They're not fidgeting with anything, so it looks like it's just a... Oh, now he's running.
Now he's going to run, I guess just to prove that he's got his wheels working. So he's done push-ups. Now he's done a run, a jog out to the fence, and he'll turn and jog back.
Maybe they're just giving him the nice fitness pacer test here.
I guess you got to take care of these players. You know, they're here
just
for the fun of it in the summer, and so you don't want to risk somebody getting injured before their college season upcoming.
Yeah, they're out here just trying to get some playing time, and I'm sure the college coaches, if they get hurt, getting a little bit angry, you know. But there's always a risk of giving them the chance to come out here and get some reps.
So they're still talking to him. Taking a long time here. We are in the bottom of the third. Crooked number on the board for Charlottesville with the 3-run homer off the bat of Walker Mwale. Hit to straightaway right field. Right by the light pole that's out in right field behind the 2017 VBL champions was where that home run went out, and it went out with plenty of room to spare. Now it looks like the trainer is picking up the bag, and they will retreat. And now the coach is waving, so it looks like they're going to make a change.
Looks like he's coming out of the game.
So this looks like maybe the third left fielder going in for Purcellville. They may want to stop chasing foul balls.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring Max Crabb out of the game. He lobbied to stay in the game, it looked like, but I guess the training staff and the head coach just doesn't like what they saw. Now number 17 coming in.
Sometimes they're trying to get that tough guy look, you know.
Right.
Something happens and no, I'm good. But you know, sometimes it is a lot better just to play it smart.
So Nick DiVietro appears to be the third left fielder to come into the ball game for Purcellville. He's out of LaSalle. And once again, Blaise Pontus finds himself having to warm up after a long delay because of a left fielder running into trouble over in foul territory. So Nick DiVietro now into the ball game for Purcellville, out and left with one out. Runner at first for the Tom Sox, and Kirby McMullen will be the hitter. McMullen hit a fly ball to right his first time. He is 0 for 1. And we will finally get things back underway here. 2 lengthy injury delays in this game thus far. So everybody getting back set to their positions, and McMullen, the right-hander out of Florida, steps in. The pitch is hit on the air, a line drive over the head of the second baseman, Kawano, into right field for a base hit. Runner from first is going around to third. He will get there easily. And Kirby McMullen is aboard at first with a single. 4th hit of the inning. They've only got 1 out. Runners at the corners now, and that will bring up Cal Greenfield. And it's also going to bring in a visit to the mound. And I believe we might see a pitching change here. So
I did notice, I think it's Angel Hernandez from Western Oklahoma in the bullpen for the Cannons. He was warming up for a little bit. Maybe they're bringing in the Hawaii native, or bringing out the Hawaii native.
It looks like they're bringing him out. So they will make, it looks like they're making a pitching change. Although I haven't seen anybody come in yet. There's a big conference on the mound. Runners at the corners, only 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd, already 3 runs in. A big inning and a tough inning for Blaze Pontus, who was pitching pretty well coming into the 3rd, but 4 of the first 5 hitters here in the inning with singles, and then with base hits, including 1 giant home run, a 3-run homer off the bat of Walker Mwale. So number 7 is on the hill. Oh, nope, not number 7. That's the Keno.
Yeah, nope. Number 13 is on the mound now. Angel Hernandez from Western
right.
Oklahoma, as I mentioned
Oklahoma.
earlier.
Yeah, and I have no statistics on him, so he must be a
Yeah,
new,
he's not on the roster for us at the moment.
So he is a left-hander out of Western Oklahoma, making apparently his first appearance on the year. And he comes in here in a tough situation with runners at the corners and only 1 out and 3 runs in. Need to try to put out the fire for Purcellville.
Yeah, they're putting him in a pretty tough spot with a runner on first and third.
Catcher Cal Greenfoot will be the hitter once he has finished his warm-up tosses. All the infielders are gathered together, chatting with the umpire out in the middle of the infield as Hernandez warms up. Blaze Pontus was the starter, but he is now out of the ball game. Pontus finishes with 8 base hits against him, gave up 3 runs, all of them earned, and he is responsible for the 2 that are on base right now. He did not strike out or walk a batter in his stint thus far. So Angel Hernandez, a left-hander, taking over to face number 7 hitter Cal Greenfield.
Cal Greenfield from Florida, making his debut as a Tom Sox. And so far, he's trying to get that offense back on track. Like I mentioned earlier, we kind of fell off the past 4 games. But with Mwale's big home run, I feel like we've kind of gotten back to our old self here.
It was a big home run for sure. So this will be a lefty-righty matchup. Left-hand new pitcher Hernandez facing the right-hand hitting Cal Greenfield, who is the catcher, playing in his first ball game as a Tom Sox. And he is 0 for 1 so far. Hit a ground ball to third base that the third baseman made a nice play on. Kosiski kept it in front of him, threw him out at first. The pitch is a called strike on the inside corner. No balls, 1 strike. Madden at third, McMullen at first. 3 runs in, 1 out. And now Angel Hernandez would like a new set of signs. Oh, they called a balk. They called a balk on him, and that's going to score a run and move Madden home, and the runner Kirby McMullen to second on the balk. So the runner scores. It's 4 runs in now for the Tom Sox. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. One ball, or no balls and 2 strikes to Greenfield. Batting now with 1 out and a runner at second. Hernandez looking in for the sign. He has it, goes to the belt. Here's the pitch, working quickly. Takes a pitch up high and another balk. I think they're saying he's not coming to a full set. And the coach is motioning for them to go talk to him. Runner moved over to third now, so McMullen has gone from first to second to third on 2 balks.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with the term balk. What exactly is that?
Well, it's an illegal move by the pitcher. It's in essence trying to fake out a runner or a hitter. And in this case, because he's working from the stretch, he has to actually come to a stop before he pitches right there. And if he doesn't, they call a balk. There's a chopper foul. So 2 strikes is the count. So twice he has been called for a balk. That has scored a run and has now moved a runner from first to third. That's the only thing I can figure, because it could be some kind of a hesitation, which is not a normal hesitation, or not coming to a stop. That time he did come to a stop. Here's a pitch, grounded foul down the left side. Count is still 0-2. Number 8 hitter Luke Coker would be next. Runner at third, 1 out, 4 runs in for the Tom Sox. Bottom half of the 3rd inning. They lead it 4-1. Hernandez from the stretch. Check swing and another balk. And so literally Kirby McMullen circled the bases on balks. That's very odd. So that's not going to go down as a strike. It's a no pitch. 2 strikes, still the count to Cal Greenfield, and now Hernandez will work from the full stretch, so he shouldn't have a problem now, but definitely something he's got to work on. Here's the pitch, a breaking ball is dribbled into the Purcellville dugout. Getting no argument from anybody on Purcellville. Certainly the coach is not objecting to any of those balks. In fact, he went out and kind of made a motion to the pitcher.
You'd think they'd give a little bit of an objection, just
to
moving
have his back.
Around, so.
So 2 runs scored via the balk in this inning. Here's a pitch hit in the air towards shallow center. Second baseman going back, and he is going to make the play right in front of his center fielder. Kawano making that on the dead run. The 2nd out of the inning.
We haven't had a single balk this year until now, and we had 3 in this 1 inning.
Yeah, within a matter of just a few pitches. So 2 outs now, nobody on, and that'll bring up Luke Coker, the second baseman. He singled his first time. Just hit a rope out to left field. The left fielder at the time, Crabb, tried to make a diving catch, couldn't quite get there. Here's a breaking pitch, missing inside, ball 1. Nick DiPietro, by the way, is the 3rd left fielder in the ballgame for Purcellville now. The other 2 have both come out after chasing foul balls and getting shaken up. First Michael Brewer, then Max Crabb. Here's a pitch missing outside, 2-0. Coker out of Elon. Got his second base hit of the year back in the 2nd inning. Here's the pitch, swing and a high fly ball to left. Left fielder DiPietro is under it, medium depth, and he's got it for the out, and that will retire the side, but certainly a rambunctious inning for the Tom Sox. They score 5 runs, a 3-run homer, and 2 scoring via the balk. The Tom Sox now lead it 5-1 as we head to inning number 4. Very interesting 3rd inning for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. They put a 5 spot on the board. 3 of them coming by a very long home run from Walker Imwally, and then 2 scoring separately because of balks. And as Tyler Fannin said, we hadn't even seen a balk all year, and then we saw 3 within the span of a few pitches.
I've
You
never
learned
seen,
something about baseball,
yeah,
I guess.
I learned something today. I had no clue what a balk was. I've never seen it. You know, I've watched plenty of baseball growing up, but that's something I've never seen before.
Apparently Angel Hernandez has never seen it before either, because he was called 3 times, literally within the span of a few pitches. So very, very odd. And again, no objection coming from Purcellville on any of the calls. So they must have been fairly obvious. And again, the only thing I can think is that he didn't come to a full set when he was working from the stretch before delivering the pitch. So Purcellville will come up now trailing 5-1. They were leading 1-0 going into the bottom of the third. Now trailing, and it'll be 4, 5, and 6. Kasiski, Leak, and Sanguinetti facing the right-hander, Michael Zubovich, for the Tom Sox.
Kaziski is a rising senior, so this is his last opportunity in the Summer Baseball League. And he's looking to make it big time in this summer, using it to kind of springboard the rest of his career.
He is 0 for 1 today, and he takes a pitch down low for a ball. Struck out his first time, and then was the put-out went 2-3 on the drop third strike. Here's the pitch, fastball, chopper up the middle, second baseman going over, dives, has it, but not going to be able to make a play. No, did not have it. Ball gets through, so making a dive on it was Luke Coker, but unable to come up with it, and that's going to be a base hit. So a leadoff single here in the 4th for Purcellville, and that'll bring up Tyler Leak. Tyler Leak is a right-hand hitter. He grounded to third his first time up. He is 0 for 1, batting here with Kasiski on at first base to start things off in the 4th. Pitches just off the outside corner for a ball, 1-0. Kasiski, no stolen bases on the year down at first base. Not a real big lead, so not maybe a threat to run. Here's a pitch that's laced into left field, a line drive, base hit. And back-to-back singles here in the 4th for Purcellville, so they get something going. Runners at first and second, nobody out. This is how the inning started in the 3rd for the Tom Sox. That's going to bring up Chase Sanguinetti. Sanguinetti, the former Tom Sox player, hit a long fly ball to right that right fielder Kermit McMullen lost in the sun, so it fell for a double. He is 1 for 1. Chance here to deliver a rally with runners at first and second, nobody out. Working from the set is Zubovich. Here's the pitch, missing out. Nope, catches the outside corner. 1 strike to Sanguinetti. Jacob Stanley on deck for Purcellville. Trailing at 5-1 with runners at first and second, nobody out. Here's the 1-strike pitch. Off speed, missing outside, a ball and 1 strike. Middle infield is a little deeper than you normally see on a double play situation for the Tom Sox. Now the shortstop Ryan sneaking behind the runner at second, goes back to his position. An off-speed pitch, just missing high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Sanguinetti out of Florida State. Has 2 base hits in his time with Purcellville. Came to the Valley League this year initially as a Tom Sox player, but now playing with Purcellville. 2-1 pitch, swing, and a chopper, foul, right side and out of play. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runners for Purcellville retreat back. Kasiski to second, Leak to first. Sanguinetti, left-hand hitter, facing the righty Zubovich. Zubovich has thrown 56 pitches thus far. 33 of them for strikes. Here's the pitch, and that one missing outside, and the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Sanguinetti. Runners at first and second. Big payoff pitch here coming. Nobody out. I doubt they'll start the runners.
Like you mentioned earlier, he was a Tom Sox player earlier this season, and I'm sure it's odd enough to kind of join just a random group of guys in the summer, but to jump from team to team, it's probably going to be twice as weird.
Ground ball right side. Second baseman is up with it. Goes to short for one, but he dropped the ball. So it was a nice play by Coker to Ryan covering, but he could not hold on to the throw, and so everybody is safe. I assume that would be an error on the shortstop. Bases are now loaded with nobody out, and that's going to bring up Jacob Stanley, left-hand hitter, and there's going to be a little chat on the mound as suddenly Zubovich, who was sailing right along pretty well, has got himself in some trouble here, partially thanks to some defense, but nonetheless, bases loaded, nobody out, and a hitter who's got some power coming to the plate.
Zubovich has done a pretty good job pitching today, only allowing the one home run earlier. Kintunde is now in the bullpen warming up for the Tom Sox, and it might be his final appearance in the Tom Sox uniform this summer. However, we are still kind of in the balance of things with that choice. Like I said, he is in the bullpen. Zubovich is now pitching his 4th inning, so the Tom Sox tend to let him go about 4 or 5 innings and then switch out.
So we got the left-hander, Jacob Stanley, stepping in here with nobody out. And the bases are full of cannons. Zubovich in a bit of a jam here. He's given up 2 singles and then been victim of an error on the shortstop, Greg Ryan. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a foul straight back. Strike 1 to Stanley. Came into the ball game with only 3 base hits, but 2 of them long balls. 2 home runs. So he's got 2 RBIs, 2 solo shots. He's got a chance here to make some noise as Purcellville trails it 5-1. From the set is Zubovich. Checks the runners. Here's the pitch. Just missing outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Did not miss by much. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jacob Stanley out of Chipola Junior College. We learned earlier they
won the national championship 2 years ago.
1-1 pitch, swing, and a foul back out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Stanley. So Zubovich gets ahead in the count. A strikeout or a pop out here would be mighty nice. Stanley has struck out 14 times this year in his 26 at bats, so he's definitely can fall prey to that. 1-2 pitch, off speed, misses high and away. 2-2. Kosiski at third, Leak at second, Sanguinetti at first. Nobody out. Purcellville here in the 4th, coming off a 5-run Tom Sox inning. Purcellville now trailing 5-1. Here's the pitch, swing, and a line drive out to left field, left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes another runner rounding third, and he will score. Going into second easily with a stand-up double is the hitter, Jacob Stanley. Delivers 2 RBIs. Runners at second and third, and it's now 5-3. It was a well-hit ball into left center. Kosiski and Leak score for Purcellville. Runner at third. Still nobody out, and now it's 5-3. And you can see the Tom Sox coaching staff looking down to the bullpen to see if...
I'm sure they're giving thought to switching him out now after that one. Kyle Hayes is up at the plate for the Cannons. He leads the Cannons with 3 doubles on the season.
Hayes is 0 for 1 in this game. He fly to right his first time. Off-speed pitch, and he swung right through it. Missed it. Strike 1.
I'm sure with the 0 outs and 2 runners in scoring position, they told him maybe give him a little freedom to swing at everything.
Go chase it. He's got a big opportunity here. He could tie this thing with a solid base hit. Runners at second, third, nobody out. 2 runs in. This crisp game has suddenly turned into a rather high-scoring one. It's 5-3 here in the top of the 4th. There's a pitch, swing, and a miss. Strike 2.
Still swinging away.
Yep. But Hayes is now quickly in a hole. The catcher, right-hand hitter facing the righty Zubovich. with Kintunde. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Kintunde.
Kintunde. He's in the bullpen for the Tom Sox. He's a lefty. From the stretch, Zubovich, the 2-strike pitch, breaking ball, did not get enough of the plate. Very close. Excellent pitch, and Hayes laid off of it and just barely got that ball called on the just off the inside part of the plate. A ball and 2 strikes now, with Ryan Kawano, the number 9 hitter, on deck for Purcellville. Checking the runners from the set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit in the air toward the right side, sending to foul territory. The first baseman on that dead run, and did he catch it? I believe he did. No, he did not. Thought he had it. And a gallant effort did Walker Imwali, but not quite able to bring it in, so the count holds at a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out, 2 runs in. It's 5-3 Charlottesville, but Purcellville threatening to tie it here with 2 runners in scoring position and nobody out. From the stretch, 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, misses just outside and low. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kyle Hayes. Hayes, the JMU product, hitting at 179 coming into the ball game. Got 5 hits on the year, 2 RBIs. Now time is called as the ball gets away from the bullpen. And Wally will pick it up and relay it back. And we're ready to go. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zubovich looking in for the sign. Goes to the set, checks the runners. 2-2 offering, breaking ball, slow number toward the shortstop. Walker's going to have to, or Ryan's going to have to charge, sidearms it to first. A run will score, but a nice play to get the out at first, going 6-4. Scoring on the play from third is Chase Sanguinetti, and Jacob Stanley will go over to third on the play. That's just the first out of the inning. So runner at third, 1 out. 3 runs in, now it's 5-4. That one an unearned run as Sanguinetti reached because of the error. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Ryan Kawano, with still only 1 out, so the Tom Sox are going to bring the infield in all the way around to try to cut off what would be the tying run. Here's a swing and a foul. Back to the screen. Strike 1 to Kawano. He grounded to short his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Kawano out of Loyola Marymount, hitting just 111 on the year. Here's a pitch hit high in the air. Third baseman going over. Third baseman Madden is under it, and he's going to get it in foul territory for the out. Very much needed soft out there. Second out of the inning. Still a runner at third, but a chance to escape the inning and still have the lead for the Tom Sox. So go back to the top of the order, and Morgan Hyde, who has twice fly to right. He's 0 for 2. Kintunde still warming up, the left-hander for the Tom Sox, but now a chance for Zubovich to get out of this inning without any further damage if he can get the leadoff hitter Morgan Hyde. Here's the pitch, breaking ball. Catches the inside corner, beautiful pitch, strike 1. Righty-righty matchup here. Infield now back to normal depth with 2 outs in the inning. And the runner Jacob Stanley at third base. Here's a chopper, foul. Left side, 0-2. So Zubovich getting ahead in the count here, and a much needed position to be in. About to throw his 73rd pitch, so he's probably getting close to a pitch limit anyway.
I'm sure he is.
2-strike offering, breaking ball, just got a piece of it. Did Hyde to stay alive. Kicked it back toward the screen. Count holds 0-2. Jacob Stanley, the tying run, is 90 feet away. But with 2 outs here and 2 strikes on the hitter, the leadoff hitter, Morgan Hyde. Zubovich to the set, checks the runner at third. Here's the pitch, way high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tried to come with a fastball there and maybe overthrew it a little bit. 1 and 2 to the right-hander Hyde. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground toward third. Gets under the glove of Kevin Madden. He made a dive for it into the hole, but unable to come up with it. And so the tying run scores on the base hit by Morgan Hyde. And it's now a brand new ball game at 5-5. So the Tom Sox put 5 runs on the board in the bottom of the third, and bouncing right back is Purcellville with 4 runs here at the top of the fourth. It's 5-5, and making the long walk to the mound is Corey Hunt. I believe he's going to make that change.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the relationships they have with the college coaches, you know, they want these guys to get reps, but they also want to kind of give them a number, especially with the pitchers, so they don't kind of wear down their arm a little bit. So I think we are, yep, Kintunde is coming in to take the mound for the Tom Sox.
Sayo Kintunde will come in, and as Tyler mentioned, this could be a last game. I guess he is perhaps leaving the ball club.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about the details behind it, but I did get word that this might be his last and final appearance in the Tom Sox uniform this summer.
So he comes in with no wins, no losses. He's worked in 7 innings so far in the year with a 2.57 ERA. He's given up 7 base hits in those 7 innings, allowed 5 runs, but only 2 of them earned. In the 7 innings, he has walked 5 and struck out 5 out of Towson State. He is a left-hander. So each ball club now has relieved their right-hand starter with a left-hand reliever. And Kintunde will come in with a runner at first, 2 outs, but 4 runs in for Purcellville here, who have tied things up right after the Tom Sox had their big inning in the bottom of the third. So they had taken a 5-1 lead, and now it's been given right back. So Kintunde, the second pitcher for the Tom Sox. Zubovich leaves, having worked 3 2/3 innings, gives up 6 base hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. Walked 1, struck out 3 in his time. Again, just like his starting mate Pontus, he was pitching pretty well, and then just kind of hit a buzzsaw there in this last inning.
Yeah.
So the Purcellville Cannons in this inning have 4 base hits, and they've been the recipients of an error. 4 runs across in a 5-5 game, runner at first. And the third left fielder that's been in this game for Purcellville will be the hitter, Nick DiPietro, who came in for Max Crabb, who came in for Michael Brewer. So DiPietro steps in here with 2 outs, a runner at first. He's a left-hander facing the lefty pitcher Kintunde. Kintunde will work from the stretch. First pitch is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner to the left-hand hitter DiPietro. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Kintunde with the pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. So quickly ahead is Kintunde here against DiPietro, who's making his first appearance in the ballgame at the plate. Came in hitting .231. He is from LaSalle. Here's the left-hander's pitch, missing way outside. That's where he wanted to go with it. Catcher was set up outside and hoping to get DiPietro to chase after it on a 2-strike count. Nothing doing, and it's 1-2. DiPietro is hitting at .231 on the year. Here's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. So that'll be the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the Purcellville Cannons pick up 4 runs on 4 base hits. There was an error in the inning. They leave a man. We are through 3.5 innings, and it's a 5-5 ball game here in Charlottesville. ballpark, and the game has gotten pretty interesting. It's 5-5 here as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Tom Sox coming up with numbers 9, 1, and 2. Tom Sox put 5 on the board in the bottom of the third. 3 by a home run, 2 by balk, and then Purcellville bouncing right back with 4 more at the top of the fourth. So we're all fresh, all even at 5-5 here as Greg Ryan will lead it off. Fly to left his first time. He's 0 for 1. Greg Ryan Jr. officially. First pitch from Hernandez is swung on and fouled right back to the screen. 1 strike to Ryan. Ryan hit a fly to left his first time up. 0 for 1. Left-hander Angel Hernandez in his second inning of work. He came on in the previous inning and had trouble with coming to a set while working from the stretch. Was called for 3 times for a balk. Twice with a runner at third that allowed runs to score. Those could prove crucial here as this is a 5-5 game. There's a pitch missing low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Ryan. Ryan is out of pit. Came into the game hitting .400 on the year, 35 at bats. Here's the windup and the pitch, and that one misses inside and low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Brock Edge and Kamen Richardson at the top of the order to follow here in inning number 4 for the Tom Sox. Here's the 2-1 pitch hit high in the air into the infield. The second baseman Kawano going back. Shortstop Aquino coming over, and Aquino will call him off and make the play right in front of his center fielder, Hyde. Kind of an awkward play, but he made it nonetheless. 1 up and 1 down here in the fourth for Charlottesville. That'll bring up Brock Edge. Brock Edge is 1 for 2. He popped to short his first time and then singled and scored in the third. That big 4-run or 5-run third inning that the Tom Sox had. First pitch. A ball 1. Here's the 1-0 offering from Angel Hernandez, and there's a looper to left field. The DiPietro going over. He's got it in left center, about medium depth for the second out. 2 up and 2 down here for the Tom Sox. That'll bring up Kamen Richardson. Richardson came into the game hitting .429, leading the team, and he's added to that with 2 base hits already today. He's 2 for 2. He's also scored a run. He was on base for Walker M. Wally's big 3-run tater in the third. So 20 base hits now on the year for Richardson. He's having a good summer. First pitch is a breaking ball missing inside. Richardson, right-hand hitting center fielder facing the lefty Angel Hernandez. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swing and hit high and foul. Catcher Hayes is coming back, but that's going to get out of play and bounce off the bleachers. Big metal crunch. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Kamen Richardson with nobody on, 2 outs. If he can get on board here, that would bring up the dangerous Walker M. Wally. Hernandez will work with a full windup. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is hit in the air to the right side. It's going to be in foul territory. First baseman coming over, but he's not going to be able to make the play. Count is a ball and 2 strikes to Richardson. Sanguinetti giving chase, but just did not have time to get under that one. He will retreat back to first. Count holds 1 and 2. Hernandez has the sign. Here's the windup and the pitch, swing, and another foul back out of play. Count is still a ball and 2 strikes. Hernandez Now into the full windup. 1-2 offering. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's the first Tom Sox to go down with a strikeout today. The 3-up and 3-down inning. We are through 4 innings here at TiVo Weekly Ballpark. Purcellville 5, Charlottesville 5. We'll be back.
So at Sheets, we really exist to make people's lives easier every day. In this moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with some of our lucky fans to help make their dreams come true. How are you? I'm Ryan Sheets. Here's a brand new truck for you, man. A once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation to Turks and Caicos. Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been anywhere.
A check for $25,000.
This is a testament to why everybody should be a Sheets freak.
Pitch to Jose Aquino is inside for a ball. 1-0. Jose Aquino, the dangerous hitter, is 1 for 2. Homered back in the first inning, deep center field, and then struck out in the third. Struck out looking and knew it. There's a pitch missing high from Kintunde. 2-0. Don't want to fall behind this guy.
Yes, he leads the Cannons in almost every batting category there is, and like we saw in the first inning, he is dangerous at any moment.
Now 3-0 to Aquino with cleanup hitter Kosiski on deck. 5-5 ball game. Here's the pitch from Kintunde, and that's a called strike at the knees. So taking all the way is Aquino at 3 balls and 1 strike now. Came in at .391, and he's got 1 hit today and his league-leading 7th home run. Here's a swing and a foul, 3-2. He's got the 7 home runs. He's got 13 runs batted in. Getting up near the 400 mark on the year. 3-2 offering, swing and a line drive back up the middle. Base hit, second hit of the ball game for Aquino, and he's aboard with a leadoff single here in the 5th. Second straight inning. And Purcellville starts with a single. That'll bring up Andrew Kosiski. One other game going on in the Valley League, a rare afternoon game.
Yes, the Newmarket Rebels are taking on the Waynesboro Generals, and Newmarket's leading him 3-0 going into the top of the second.
Everything else playing the usual night games. So Andrew Kosiski steps in at 1 for 2 on the day. Here's the first pitch from the left-hander, showing bunt, and takes a called strike on the inside corner. Kosiski struck out of the first, and then singled and scored in that big 4th inning. He led off the 4th inning. Singled and came around to score with the first of 4 runs. Showing bunt on that first pitch, this time not showing. Checks his swing, and the pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Aquino over at first has no stolen bases on the year, so that's maybe the one category he's not dominating the ball club in, but he's got a pretty good lead. Here's the pitch, swing, and a line drive, foul, left side. 1-2. Tyler Leak would be next. Kintunde, left-hander facing a left-hand hitting Kosiski. Here's the 1-2 pitch, missing low, 2-2. 5 runs, 7 hits No errors for Purcellville. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 costly error for Charlottesville. Here in the top of the 5th, and now calling time is the hitter Kosiski. He will step out. Runner at first. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Aquino getting out to a pretty good lead. Here's the pitch, swing, and he just got a piece of it to stay alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kosiski, the left-hand hitting third baseman out of Hampton, Sydney. Came into the ball game at 2:59. Takes the pitch inside, and the count goes full. So Kintunde now on a bit of a jam here, 3-2 with a runner at first, nobody out. Right in the middle of the lineup, so you're right in the heart of the lineup. The left-hander checks the runner. Runner going. Here's the pitch, swung on and fouled out of play. So they were starting Aquino on the 3-2 count. Kosiski getting a piece of it and poking it out of play on the left side. So the count is still 3 balls, 2 strikes with Tyler Leak on deck. A 5-5-5 game. Seo Kintunde, the second pitcher for the Tom Sox. Here's the pitch, missing outside. He lost him, so runners now at first and second after the walk. Nobody out. And that's going to bring up Tyler Leak, the right fielder. He singled and scored back in that 4th inning. He's 1 for 2 after grounding out back in the 2nd. He bats here, the runners at first and second, and nobody out. A 5-5 game. Right-hander facing the lefty Kintunde. From the stretch, showing bunt, and he lays it down the third base side. A beautiful bunt coming into barehanded as the third baseman. Madden just got him at first. A great bunt. Madden had to make a good play barehanded to get the hitter, but runners move up. Nice sacrifice.
That's the second time today that Madden's made that throw just on time.
It's a key play there, but does move the runners up. So now Chase Sanguinetti comes up with a chance to get Purcellville back in the lead. Runners at second and third and only 1 out. He's a left-hander facing the lefty Angel Hernandez. Hernandez goes to the stretch. Here's the first pitch, a breaking ball, catches the outside corner for a strike. Sanguinetti reached on a double that was lost in the sun and then reached on an error. So he's been the benefit of some defensive miscues his first 2 times up, but officially 1 for 2 with a run scored. There's a pitch in the dirt blocked nicely by Cal Greenfield on the outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. Aquino at third, Kosiski at second. A single and a walk to start this 5th in a 5-5 game. Sanguinetti with an open stance on the left side. Has that bat held high. 1-1 offering, check swing, and just missing outside just off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. The infield for the Tom Sox up the middle is playing deep, so they will concede the run here on a ground ball. Two-one pitch, hit a line drive towards center. Richardson is over to his right. He will make the play, but that's going to score the runner from third. Richardson will throw it to third base to hold the runner at second, but coming in to score is Jose Aquino, and Purcellville is back in the lead, 6-5 on the sacrifice fly. So Sanguinetti has had a pretty good day. The double, the reaching on the air, scoring a run, now driving in. The lead run here at the top of the 5th, it's 6-5, and that's going to bring up Jacob Stanley. Stanley with a big two-run double his last time up. He has struck out and doubled, came around to score also. 6-5 Purcellville, runner at second, 2 outs, pitches outside, ball 1. Nobody warming in the Charlottesville bullpen, so Kintunde is on for the duration at this point. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Kintunde working from the set. Here's the 1-0 offering. Breaking ball missing inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Jacob Stanley's double, his last time up, was only his 4th base hit of the year, but 3 of them have been for extra bases. 2 home runs and that double. He's got 4 RBIs now. 2-0 pitch is outside, 3-0. So Contunde in jeopardy of another walk here in the inning. Three and 0, runner at second, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch, and that one's taken right down the middle for a strike. Taken all the way is the hitter Jacob Stanley. 3 balls, 1 strike now with the number 8 hitter Kyle Hayes on deck. A long look in for the sign. Contunde has it from Greenfield, goes to the belt, checks back toward the runner. Swing and a miss, strike 2. The count goes full, so Contunde battling back from 3-0. The left-hander Stanley stepping back in. Stanley, the designated hitter today. Big left-hander. To the set, big payoff pitch here, coming with 2 outs, runner going, and the pitch is outside, and no throw down to third because Madden was not covering. So the runner goes to third on a defensive indifference. Runners at the corners now. 2 outs, and that's going to bring up Kyle Hayes. You hate to see the 2-out walk there. Now it looks like some stirring down in the Tom Sox bullpen. A right-hander getting up. Catcher Cal Greenfield walking very slowly back to the plate. I'll allow things to get going down in that bullpen. 2 outs and 2 on now. Runners at the corners for Kyle Hayes, who is 0 for 2. First pitch is a strike on the inside corner with a fastball. Hayes fly to right in the second and grounded to short in the 4th. Right-hand hitting catcher facing the left-hand throwing Contunde. The pitch is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Purcellville with a run in here in the inning, and they have gone back into the lead 6-5. From the check, stretch, here's the pitch, runner going, a fake throw down to second, and they'll look the runner back to third. So Stanley will get into second with a stolen base, no throw. Runners at second and third now with 2 outs. And the count is 1-2 to the hitter. Kyle Hayes now a base hit away from adding insurance for Purcellville. Tough spot for Contunde. Goes to the set, 1-2 pitch. Just missing low, not by much. But taking it is the hitter Hayes, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Contunde taking a long look in. Still looking. Now time call by the hitter, Kyle Hayes. He'll step out and then step back in. Didn't like how long that was taking. Now Contunde has what he wants from the set. Here's the pitch. Swing, and he just got a piece of it. Just staying alive is Hayes. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still 2 on and 2 out. Both runners in scoring position at second and third. Both advancing on a defensive indifference. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one is inside, kicks away from the catcher, and a runner from third is going to score. So Greenfield unable to haul that one in. It's going to go in as a wild pitch to score the runner. 2 runs in now, and the runner over at third. Still 2 outs. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and the Tom Sox now trailing 7-5. We've seen runs score in a lot of interesting ways today.
Yes, we have. The 3 box in the earlier today, and then the wild pitch just now.
There's a bouncer foul. Count is still 3 balls and 2 strikes. If Kyle Hayes keeps things going, would bring up the number 9 hitter, Ryan Kawano, here in the top half of inning number 5. 3-2 offering, swing and a lacer to right field. Right fielder coming in, makes a dive and can't come up with it. McMullen can't quite haul it in, and another run will score on the soft single to right. 3rd run in the inning. As Stanley scores after the 2-out walk, and then once again proves troublesome when you give up that 2-out walk. 2 walks in the inning. Both have scored. So that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Ryan Kawano. Kawano is hitless in 2 trips. He lays down a bunt, a beauty, but it's just foul. That would have been a tough play had it stayed fair. Bunting for a base hit here with 2 outs. Kawano grounded to short his first time, and then fouled out to the 3rd baseman. Madden, his second time up, over 2. Diminutive right-hand hitter. Plays second base. Here's the pitch. Check swing, and that is a strike. Did not check it in time. Home plate umpire says he went, and he's in a hole 0-2. The runner at first is Kyle Hayes. 3 runs in here for Purcellville. Kentunde goes to the set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, soft ground ball. Madden has to come over in front of the shortstop, throws to first, and gets him by a step. So the side is retired, but not before 3 runs score. There was only 1 hit, or 2 hits in the inning, I should say. There was a couple of walks, a man left. We are halfway through this ball game, and it's now Purcellville 8 and Charlottesville 5.
So at Sheets, we really exist to make people's lives easier every day. In this moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with some of our lucky fans to help make their dreams come true. How are you? I'm Ryan Sheets. Here's a brand new truck for you, man. A once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation to Turks and Caicos. Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been anywhere.
A check for $25,000.
This is a testament to why everybody should be a Sheets freak.
To the bottom of the 5th, and there was a new pitcher in the ball game for Purcellville, number 43 it looks like.
New pitcher, 43.
Dawson Rabb. Yeah, Dawson Rabb out of Aquinas, another college I'm not too familiar with. You know that one? Aquinas College?
No, I haven't heard
of that one either. So Dawson Rabb is a right-hander, relieving now Angel Hernandez. He comes in with no wins, no losses. 5 1/3 innings worked, a 1.63 ERA. He's given up 6 base hits in his 5 1/3. 3 runs, only 1 of them earned. He's walked 6, he struck out 5. So he will be the 3rd pitcher on for Purcellville. It comes in relief of Angel Hernandez, and he will have 3, 4, and 5 for the Tom Sox. Walker Imwale with a big blast his last time up. 3-run homer to straightaway right, and that came in after his previous at-bat when he drilled one long enough to be a home run down that same line, but that one just foul. So he's hit 2 really long balls today, one of them for a 3-run shot. Takes this first pitch inside against the new right-hander for a ball. So Imwale hit into a fielder's choice his first time, so he's 1 for 2 officially. Big left-hander facing the righty. Pitch missing high, 2-0.
Hopefully he can answer the Cannons offensive spurts here with our own. maybe with another home run, hopefully.
Yeah, the Tom Sox struck big with 5 runs in the third, but then have since given up 7 in innings 4 and 5 to combine. Here's a swing and a miss.
He's definitely going for it.
Yep. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tom Sox trailing at 8-5 here in the bottom of the 5th. As a Nationals fan, I'm pleased to say that they won 15-5 today. Been a tough season for the Nats, but
yeah, I'm being from Atlanta. I've kind of followed the Atlanta Braves. I think they won 15-1 today.
wow.
But
There's a swing and a foul off the screen. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wally. Kevin Madden and Dan Harwood to follow here in the bottom of the 5th. Father's Day afternoon baseball. Rare afternoon start here for the Tom Sox. Here's a pitch, and he lined that one foul right into the Tom Sox bullpen, scattering players. And Wally's really making some strong contact today. That one was ripped hard. This goes out as a loud foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitcher Rab works from the set even though nobody's on. Here's a pitch missing inside. And the count goes full. Rab working from that stretch. He has a payoff pitch here to Wally. Swing and a foul straight back off the screen. Count holds full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wally leading off the 5th. Tom Sox trailing it by 3.
despite the change up on the first pitch time, we have 339 people in attendance for here on the Father's Day special.
I was kind of wondering what kind of attendance we would get with the different time. Here comes another payoff pitch. Fastball missed low, and Mwale is aboard with a leadoff walk. Cardinals sin there, the leadoff walk in an inning, and that puts Mwale at first with Kevin Madden coming up. Madden is 2 for 2. Singled in the first, back up the middle, then looped one into left field in the third, and he scored one of the 5 runs in the third inning, and he was one of 2 that scored via the balk. Madden is 2 for 2 now. Swings, and here's a ground ball through the hole on the left side, just past the outreach glove of Jose Aquino. Rounding second on his way to third is Mwale. Here's the throw, and he is safe. And now going to second is the hitter, Madden. He will get in there safe. As the third baseman had to throw it back to second, but not in time. So alert base running from Kevin Madden going to second base on the throw. And Mwale getting all the way to third, and there's runners at second and third, and nobody out. So a single there from Kevin Madden, and then he stretches it to the second base after seeing the throw go through to third to try to cut down Mwale. And that'll bring up Dan Harwood. Harwood is a tall left-hand hitter facing this right-hand reliever, Dawson Rabb. Bats here with runners at second and third and nobody out. Rabb from the stretch. Here's the pitch, and that was bounced back off the screen. 1 strike to Harwood. Harwood grounded to second in the first inning and fouled out to left. He was one of 2 times in this game that foul balls to left field have caused Purcellville left fielders to have to leave the game. So 0 for 2 is the lefty Harwood. Here's the pitch. Backs him off the plate. Inside.
Nearly hit him.
1-1.
So it nearly hit him.
Nearly did. Tom Sox trying to cut into that 3-run deficit here with runners at second and third, nobody out. Here's the pitch, off speed, misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Dan Harwood out of Worcester came into the ball game at .294 on the year. Got 9 runs batted in, a chance to pick up a couple of more here if he gets a base hit. 2-1 pitch, swing and hit in the air toward shallow right. The second baseman going back. He's going to make the play retreating backwards and not nearly deep enough to advance any runners, so that's going to be the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Kirby McMullen. Still runners at second and third now with 1 out. McMullen flied to right in the second inning, and then he singled and was another Tom Sox player who scored via the balk in the third. There were 2 runs that scored because of balk calls on Angel Hernandez. At the time, that staked Charlottesville out to a 5-1 lead. Now they trail at 8-5. First pitch is outside and low, ball 1. So McMullen 1 for 2. One of the several products coming from Florida here to the Tom Sox. 1-0 pitch is on the inside corner. 1-1. Dawson Rabb, the third pitcher for Purcellville, working from the set. Right-hander brings it home, and here's a ground ball toward the third baseman. Coming in is the runner from third, and he's going to score the third baseman. Kosiski had trouble coming up with the handles, not able to make a play, and a run scores. To wait on the official scoring on that. So the runner scores. It's now 8-6. Was that a hit or an error? Is that a hit or an error? Okay, we're calling it an E5. So the runner scores. No RBI on the play. Runner still at second and first now. Only one out. It's now 8-6, and that's going to bring up Cal Greenfield. And he takes a pitch low, ball 1. Greenfield is 0 for 2, grounded to third and popped to second. 8-6. Madden at second and McMullen at first. Thereby the first error of the ball game for Purcellville. Here's a check swing on a breaking ball, and that's called strike to say he went. Not too pleased with the call as Cal Greenfield is having a little conversation with the umpire about it. 1 ball and 1 strike, and now Corey Hunt's coming out. Discussion here, disagreement with the call of the home plate umpire. Kind of rare to see a conversation about balls and strikes without some issues. Often that results in somebody being tossed. 1 out in the inning. 1 run is in, courtesy of an error at third. Runners at first and second. Pretty crazy game thus far.
Yep, it has been a crazy one here.
We've seen a little bit of everything so far. So Greenfield is back in. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. Pitch is a breaking ball that bounces but is blocked nicely by Kyle Hayes. 2-1. Madden unable to advance on the ground ball that Kosiski couldn't hang on to because he was able to look him back, but unable to make a play at first. So that's why we have runners at first and second. Only 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing right back up the middle, almost hit the pitcher. Gets through for a base hit. Rounding second and third and coming home. Here's the throw. He comes in standing, and they're going to call him out.
Oh.
What a great throw from the center fielder Morgan Hyde. And for some reason, the runner, Kevin Madden, didn't slide. He decided to come in standing up and then tripped over the catcher as he came in, and he's a little bit shaken up, it looks like. Bang, bang play at the plate on a great throw from the center fielder. And now the coach for Purcellville is going to go out and have a chat on the mound with Dawson Rabb.
It does look like they have someone warming up in the bullpen right now. I can't make out a number. He's jogging into the mound definitely right now.
So they're making a change, yep. So the second out happens because of the nice throw from the outfield. That cuts down Kevin Madden at home, who didn't slide. He came in standing up and was tagged right on the foot, just ahead of touching home plate.
41, new pitcher, 41.
So number 41 coming in, I'm sure you heard that. That's Jeffrey Smith out of Motlow State Community College. Another one I'm not too familiar with.
Yeah, no, there are definitely some names I've never seen here on this roster before.
So Jeffrey Smith comes in with a 2.57 earned run average. He has worked 7 innings on the year. He's given up 3 base hits. He's given up 5 runs, only 2 of them earned. In his 7 innings, he's walked 4, he's struck out 5. So from Motlaw State Community College, another left-hander, second left-hander of the ball game. Jeffrey Smith is the hitter, or the pitcher, I should say. On in relief of Rab here in the 5th inning. 1 run in, and the Tom Sox tried to score the 2nd run of the inning, but Kevin Madden was cut down at the plate on a great throw from the center fielder, Morgan Hyde. He pegged that one on the fly right to the catcher, who was able to make the tag on Madden, who did not slide. I'm not sure Madden thought that the throw would come through. But indeed it did. It was the 2nd out of the inning, and advancing to second on the play was Cal Greenfield.
Motlow State Community College is located in Smyrna, Tennessee, as I found out just
Smyrna, Tennessee.
Not quite as far as Hawaii as they have on their team, but...
Check that, what I said. Greenfield is still at first, so McMullen is at second. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. That's going to bring up Luke Coker to face the new pitcher here. Jeffrey Smith, left-hand throwing sidearm pitcher. 4th pitcher of the ball game for Purcellville. Almost that underhand toss. The first pitch is in there for a strike to Luke Coker. Coker is 1 for 2, single to left in the 2nd, and fly to left in the 3rd. He has this left-hander has a big hunched over stretch, and here comes that sidewinder motion, and that's a called strike on the inside corner, and quickly Coker's in a hole 0-2.
It's a pitching motion I'm not very familiar with.
Submariner, that's what they call it. It's very odd looking.
It doesn't look too comfortable.
Here it comes, and that one missing inside. Could be something for the hitters to certainly adjust to, especially coming in after 3 consecutive overhand throwers. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Here it comes. He flips it up there underhanded, just about, and it's 2-2, missing inside and high. From the stretch, very hunched over stretch. Here's the throw and the pitch, and it's grounded foul, left side. Count holds, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Deuces wild here in the bottom of the 5th, 1 run in. If Luke Coker can keep things going, that would bring up the number 9 hitter, Greg Ryan Jr. Two-two offering from Smith. Off speed, missing outside, and the count goes full. At this point, no action in either bullpen right now. This is the 4th pitcher of the ball game for Purcellville. Here's the pitch swing, and he laces it out into right field. It's going to be a tough play for the right fielder. He's not going to get there. It's going to bounce. 1 run will score. The throw comes through to the catcher, but nobody else advancing. The runner from first goes to 3rd. A run is in on the looping single out into right field from Luke Coker. He delivers run number 7 for the Tom Sox. It's now 8-7. So Greenfield over at 3rd. Coker is at first. A 2-out RBI single there, and it's a 1-run ball game, and that's going to bring up Greg Ryan Jr., the shortstop. He's being called back to have a little chat with Corey Hunt.
I'm sure with the 2 outs on the board, they're trying to, give him maybe a direction on where he wants to go with the swinging.
May have some thoughts on facing that sidewinder, too. So,
as we saw yesterday, Greg does bring a lot of offensive power with his home run yesterday, so he has the chance to maybe even bring in 2 runners here if he can.
Try and tie it up at the very least with 2 outs. Runners at the corners. First pitch is way outside. Ball 1. Ryan came into the ball game at 400. He's 0 for 2, so that's going to have dropped a little bit, but still, as Tyler mentioned, a pretty good hitter. And has a chance here to try and tie things up. Here's a pitch missing again outside. And it's 2-0. So now Ryan finds himself ahead in the count. Runners at the corners, 2 runs in for the Tom Sox here in the bottom of the 5th. From the stretch. Smith checks the runner. Here's the pitch, swing, and a foul back out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ryan in the number 9 hole. If he can keep things going, it's back to the top of the order for the Tom Sox. The right-handed shortstop is in there and ready. This time Smith standing straight up instead of hunched over as he was in previous pitches. Now time is called by Greg Ryan. Very interesting because Smith previously had been kind of bent over at the waist every time he came into his set. This time he's standing up tall. Still comes from the side though and misses inside. 3-1.
I'm sure that change of form gave him just a second to think about it. Maybe threw him off just a tad.
Yeah, it just looks, it's odd how you would have a different type of set. And again, standing straight up this time. 3-1 pitch, swing, and a foul back off the screen.
It almost looks like he's going from the straight up down to that bent over position again.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Ryan, so a big payoff pitch here with 2 outs. Certainly the runner at first, Coker, will be on the move on the pitch. So if Ryan could deliver, there's a chance here to possibly score 2. Here's the 3-2 pitch, runner going, and it's a bouncer in front of the plate, and the bases are loaded. Bases are loaded for Brock Edge. Nicely blocked there by the catcher, Kyle Hayes, on the pitch that bounced a couple of feet in front of the plate. So sacks full of Sox here with 2 outs, trailing it by 1, and back to the top of the order. We're gonna get a pinch hitter, it looks like.
Pinch hitting, we got Cameron Turley from Georgia Tech, who actually was my high school quarterback.
Really?
Yes.
So you know a little bit about Cameron Turley, I
know a little bit about Cameron Turley.
So Turley on to pinch hit here in a big spot, swings and misses at strike 1. Turley out of Georgia Tech, as Tyler mentioned, he's only had 5 at-bats so far. He's 1 for 5. So I'm guessing he just joined the club recently.
Yes, he joined. He got up here Wednesday. Yesterday was his first start as a Tom Sox.
Swing and a miss at strike 2, so Turley is quickly in a hole 0-2. Edge leaves the game having gone 1 for 3. Turley, a right-hander, coming in here to face that lefty, Smith. Here's the pitch. That one kind of 3-quarter, but he missed it inside. A ball and 2 strikes. So that time, the pitcher, instead of being from the side and down low, kind of came 3-quarter. He's got a couple different motions, I guess, to really keep people off balance. Bases loaded this time from the side, and there's an off-speed pitch, catches the inside corner, and Turley is called out looking. So strikes out with the bases loaded. Tom Sox score a couple. They pick up a couple of base hits. There was an error in the inning. They score 2, but they still trail at 8-7. We're through 5 innings here in Charlottesville.
So at Sheets, we really exist to make people's lives easier every day. In this moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with some of our lucky fans to help make their dreams come true. How are you? I'm Ryan Sheets. Here's a brand new truck for you, man. A once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation to Turks and Caicos. Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been anywhere.
A check for $25,000.
This is a testament to why everybody should be a Sheets freak.
Seo Kintunde is still in for the Tom Sox. He came on back in inning number 4, in the middle of a 4-run inning. So he is working here in the top into the top of the 6th, with Purcellville leading at 8-7. And Purcellville will have their top of the order here. Morgan Hyde, the center fielder, leading things off. Takes a pitch up high and outside. Ball 1. Morgan Hyde out of Coastal Carolina. 1 for 3 on the day. Here's a pitch, shows bunt and pulls it back, but it's a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's flat out twice and then singled and drove in a run back in the 4th. So 1 for 3. Swings and hits a ball high in the air on the right side. First baseman going over, right fielder coming over, but that's going to be too far for either of them. Down near the Tom Sox bullpen. Ball and 2 strikes. Hyde, DiVietro, and Aquino here in the Purcellville 6th. One-two pitch is way outside. 2-2 from Kintunde. Kintunde has already thrown a lot of pitches. 69. Here's a pitch, swing, and a lacer foul off the wooden or the metal shed down on the left side behind the Tom Sox dugout. 2-2. Here's the pitch, missing outside, and the count goes full. 3-2. Kintunde starting his 3rd inning of work. He's given up 6 hits and been charged with 6 earned runs. Here's a pitch, swing, and a miss. Struck him out. Big strikeout there to start the 6th for the Tom Sox and Kintunde. That is his 2nd strikeout. And that'll bring up Nick DiVietro, who is the 3rd left fielder to be in this ballgame for Purcellville. The first 2 having gone out due to being shaken up, chasing down foul balls. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Michael Brewer started and left, and then he had to be relieved by Max Crabb, and then now DiVietro's in, and he swings and misses. It's strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. DiVietro struck out his first and only time up back in the 4th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch, bending back out of the way of an inside high. 1, and it's 2-1. Now there's some tossing going on down in the Charlottesville bullpen. Another left-hander. Here's a ball hit on the ground toward the shortstop Ryan, over to his right. Sidearms it to first. Not going to be in time. That was a tough play. Had to go into the hole to the right. And couldn't quite get enough on the throw to get DiVietro out. And now DiVietro looks like he kind of maybe hit the base funny when he hit first. He's shaking out his foot. They've already lost 2 left fielders. Can't afford to lose another one, I wouldn't think. Infield base hit. And that's going to bring up the very dangerous Jose Aquino, who is 2 for 3. Got the home run to straightaway center, and he singled and scored. He also struck out. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Dangerous spot here, though. Purcellville leading it by 1 with their one of the top hitters in the Valley League up here. 1 on and 1 out. 1 strike pitch, swing, and a line drive in the hole to left field. That'll be a base hit, and runners are at 1st and 2nd. So 3rd hit of the day for the dangerous Aquino. 2 singles and a home run, and Purcellville's got something going here again. 1st and 2nd, only 1 out. That'll bring up Kosiski, 3rd baseman, who struck out in the 1st, singled and scored in the 4th, reached on a walk in the 5th, and then eventually scored on a wild pitch. So he has scored twice. Left-hander facing lefty throwing Seo Kintunde, with runners at 1st and 2nd now and only 1 out. Here's the pitch, breaking ball, misses outside and low in the dirt. Greenfield blocking it, keeping the ball in front of him. So the runners hold. DiVietro at 2nd, Aquino at 1st. Kintunde goes to the belt, checks back towards 2nd base. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
hand fell off the bat.
Yeah, I think he was fooled on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Kasiski with Tyler Leak on deck. Left-hand hitting Kasiski facing Kintunde, who is a lefty thrower. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that one bouncing again in the dirt outside and again blocked by Greenfield, taking that one off the chest protector. 2-1. Purcellville trying to add to their 1-run lead here in the top of the 6th. Left-hander throwing in the Charlottesville bullpen. Here's the pitch, a 1 bouncing, and this one gets away from Greenfield, and that will easily move the runners up. That one, the 3rd pitch in this sequence that have been bouncing in the dirt. That one Greenfield could not block, and so that moves the runners up. So now runners at 2nd and 3rd, only 1 out for Kasiski, who could add some insurance here. Now that's going to also draw the infield in, so that kind of opens things up, potentially. The infield is tight all the way around for the Tom Sox. There's a pitch missing low, so a walk delivered there from Kintunde. He might be tiring.
Some action coming from the bullpen for the Tom Sox. We have Brian Owens of CNU warming up. And he might be getting close to his pitching count, or he might be just getting tired.
He looks like he's getting kind of tired. He seems to have lost some of his command here.
Yeah, it seems like some of these pitches are just kind of getting away from him.
Yep. So bases loaded. Tyler Leak is at the plate now. Swings and misses at strike 1. Leak is 1 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. Also grounded out to 3rd and singled and scored. He's a right-hander. There's the 1-strike pitch hit in the air to left. Left fielder going a long way, and that one's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run is going to score, and that's going to be all because the other runners kind of had to hold up in case the left fielder was able to chase that down, but he was not. So that'll be station-to-station baseball when Purcellville adds a run, and it's 9-7. Fortunate for the Tom Sox that more runs didn't score on that base hit, but the bases are still loaded. Now here's Corey Hunt making that long walk to the mound, and he will make a change. Kintunde, I think, is just kind of tired out here as we got into the 6th inning. He's thrown a lot of pitches in just a couple of innings' work, and so he will come out of the ball game.
Yep, 12, new pitcher.
Oh,
Number 12.
Sam Crawford, who comes in from Georgia Tech, will be the pitcher here for the Tom Sox. Crawford coming in with only having worked 2 1/3 innings thus far, and he's given up 3 runs, all of them earned. So 11.57 earned run average.
I had a chance to talk to Sam Crawford on Tuesday while the team was at Front Royal. He's from Georgia Tech. I'm familiar with the area, so we got to talking about Atlanta, and he said he's really enjoying his time. He redshirted last year, so he said he learned a lot from the guys there. And he said he's really looking forward to working the mound here in the summer for the Tom Sox, kind of springboard him into next season, maybe to get some playing time with the Yellow Jackets.
Well, he comes in a big spot here because the bases are going to be loaded and only 1 out. And trying to keep Purcellville from adding to this lead. They're now at 9-7 here in the 6th inning. So, as Tyler mentioned, he's a new addition to this ball club and trying to use this as a good springboard. This would be a good opportunity to show that.
Yeah, like I've mentioned a couple times, it's summer ball is a really good chance to get some reps and show colleges what you can do. Hopefully, use it to your advantage. Obviously, you want to. So he said he's really looking forward to this summer with the Tom Sox, and I've seen him pitch a little bit throughout this week. He's been doing pretty good. So I'm sure the Tom Sox are bringing him in, trying to save us from getting any more runs here.
Yeah, and he is a left-hander, so we'll see what can happen. He's going to face Chase Sanguinetti.
Hey baseball fans, Graham Knight here for the Valley Baseball League. Just wanting to give a shout out to one of our newest sponsors, Stephen Toyota. Stephen Toyota is in Harrisonburg, Virginia. They've been an avid sponsor of the Harrisonburg Turks for years. I want to let you know that I'd buy a Toyota from them, and I'm thrilled to introduce them to you as our Southern Division sponsor. That means every time a team from the Southern Division, whether it's Harrisonburg, Stanton Braves, the Waynesboro Generals, the Charlottesville Tom Sox, or the Covington Lumberjacks, whenever they play anywhere, you'll be seeing a Stephen Toyota commercial in those live streams. We couldn't do these live streams without him. So a warm welcome to Stephen Toyota from Harrisonburg, Virginia. If you're looking for a car and you're anywhere near Harrisonburg, please stop in and see Ryan. Let him know that you appreciate his help with these live streams and take a good look at their inventory. I love what I saw there, and I got to be honest, one of my favorite cars was a 2009.
Chase Sanguinetti is coming in here to face the new pitcher. Swings and laces one to left field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. One run is going to score. Another being waved in. On his way to third as a runner. He's being waved around. Here comes the throw. The relay throw is coming in. It's going to be wide of the plate. That's a bases clearing double on the first pitch from Chase Sanguinetti. 3 runs across, and it's 12-7. That was quite a way to start the inning there for the new pitcher, Sam Crawford. A bases clearing double for Sanguinetti, who's had a pretty good game. He's had 2 doubles today, a sacrifice fly. Now 4 runs batted in today. That'll bring up Jacob Stanley, who takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Stanley struck out in the second. He hit a 2-run double in the fourth and walked and scored in the fifth. 1 for 2 officially. It's been some big innings in innings 4, 5, and 6 for Purcellville. 4 runs in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, 4 here in the sixth so far. And here's a pitch taken inside, 2-0. 12-7. It looked so promising at one time for the Tom Sox in the bottom of the third, but they let it 5-1. Now a 5-run deficit for the runner at second. And only 1 out. Here's a pitch missing outside, 3-0. Tough start here for the pitcher Crawford.
Yeah, the Cannons offense has just kind of taken off in these last 3 innings, scoring 4 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, and now 4 in this one. Hopefully we can just kind of put an end to it. Oh.
Here's a fly ball to left. The left fielder going back. He's under it, makes the catch, and the runner retreats back to second. Now there's 2 outs in the inning. That was a big out needed there. That's going to bring up Kyle Hayes, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI today. Singled and drove in a run back in the 5th inning. Prior to that, a fly out and a ground out. He is the catcher, facing Sam Crawford here in the 6th inning of a 12-7 deficit. Looking from the stretch is Crawford, the left-hander, brings it in. It's fouled out of play. Strike 1. Runner at second, 2 outs. 4 more runs in for Purcellville. Putting on an offensive display today. Here's the pitch, that one bouncing and blocked nicely by Greenfield. 1 ball and 1 strike. No action currently in the Tom Sox bullpen. There is some throwing down on the Purcellville side. Crawford has a long look into the sign. He has it now, goes to the belt. Here's the pitch. Missing just high, not by much. 2 balls and a strike to Kyle Hayes, the number 8 hole hitter. With Sanguinetti down at second base. He would represent run number 13 if Hayes can deliver here and with 2 outs. Here's a pitch just catching the strike zone at the knees there. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Big pitch here for Crawford. Working from the set. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swing and a little looper foul down the right side, just beyond the Tom Sox dugout. Count holds, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The lefty Crawford goes to the set. Another 2-2 offering on the way. That one just missing. Greenfield tried to frame it for the umpire, but did not get the call, and the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes now with the runner at second. They may move him on this. We'll see. With 2 outs. Payoff pitch, runner not going, and the ball is fouled back out of play. Count holds 3-2. Kyle Hayes is really battling Crawford here and making him work. Several foul balls in this at bat. Crawford has the sign and goes to the belt. Checks back towards second base where there is a runner. Here's the pitch, and that one misses high, ball 4. And a 2-out walk, big no-no. Runners now at first and second with 2 outs. That's going to bring up Ryan Coano. He is hitless today in 3 trips. A couple of ground balls and a foul pop. Batting here with 2 outs and 2 on. Pitch from Crawford shows bunt and pulls it back and takes a ball. Last trip up, Coano showed bunt on a couple of pitches, so he obviously likes to bunt for base hits. Very small player. He's the second baseman. Must have good speed, though. From the set, here's the 1-0 pitch. This time not showing bunt, and he takes a strike. 1-1 to Ryan Coano out of Loyola Marymount. The right-hander's back in there. Working from the set is Crawford. 1-1 pitch is high. A fastball, 1-2, or 2-1, I should say. So the Tom Sox today got their offense going, but they've struggled otherwise from the hill.
Yeah, the Tom Sox had it early. We thought the offense had come back from that early couple games.
Here's a high fly ball to center field, and going over to his left a couple of steps is Richardson. He will haul it in, and that will end the inning, but not before 4 more runs come across for the Purcellville Cannons. 4 runs on 3 hits. They left a couple, and they are out to a 12-7 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th here at Charlottesville.
Hey baseball fans, Graham Knight here for the Valley Baseball League. Just wanting to give a shout out to one of our newest sponsors, Stephen Toyota. Stephen Toyota's in Harrisonburg, Virginia. They've been an avid sponsor of the Harrisonburg Turks for years. I want to let you know that I'd buy a Toyota from them, and I'm thrilled to introduce them to you as our Southern Division sponsor. That means every time a team from the Southern Division, whether it's Harrisonburg, the Stanton Braves, the Waynesboro Generals, the Charlottesville Tom Sox, or the Covington Lumberjacks, whenever they play anywhere, you'll be seeing a Stephen Toyota commercial in those live streams. We couldn't do these live streams without him. So a warm welcome to Stephen Toyota from Harrisonburg, Virginia. If you're looking for a car and you're anywhere near Harrisonburg, please stop in and see Ryan. Let him know that you appreciate his help with these live streams, and take a good look at their inventory. I love what I saw there, and I got to be honest, one of my favorite cars was a 2009 Camry Hybrid. I sold it to a guy after 150,000 miles. He called me back about 7 to 8 months later to thank me for selling him that car. He'd actually gone another 50,000 miles in it and was just putting a new set of tires on it. So if you're into Toyotas and you're anywhere near Harrisonburg, give our newest sponsor, Stephen Toyota, a good look. Thank you, Ryan. It's great to have you on our team.
If you're buying, you gotta see Ryan at Stephen Toyota, where every new Toyota car, truck, van, and SUV is smile priced now to save you more. And every certified used Toyota on the lot is also smile priced at Stephen Toyota, where you get more for your trade, more credit options to help you get approved, and exceptional service after the sale, too. If you're buying, you gotta see Ryan at Stephen Toyota.
So new pitcher for the Purcellville Cannons, Vincent Adams out of Southern Wesleyan, a 2.84 ERA, no wins, 1 loss, 6 and a third innings of work, 5 hits, given up 2 runs, both of them earned. In his 6 innings, he's walked 1 and struck out 8. So Vincent Adams, a right-hander, on to face 2, 3, and 4 for the Tom Sox. Cayman Richardson here to lead it off. Another sidewinder. This one a little bit, not quite as much of the submarine style as the reliever we had before, but a side armor nonetheless. And the first pitch is a called strike to Richardson, who is 2 for 3 today. Here's the 1-strike pitch. That one bouncing about 50 feet. 1 ball and 1 strike. Richardson singled his first 2 trips, also scored a run, but struck out in the 4th to win that inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a high foul down the right side and out of play. Got good wood on that, but couldn't keep it fair, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It definitely sounded good, but it did not stay in play.
That would have been extra bases had it stayed in play. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Richardson. Off speed again, bouncing just in front of the plate, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to the UVA product. The center fielder came in leading the club at 429, is 2 for 3 today. Here's a pitch, swing, and a miss. He just got a piece of it, but right into the catcher's mitt. So that is a strikeout to start things for Adams. 1 out in the inning, and that'll bring up Walker Imwale. He hit into a fielder's choice back in the 1st, hit a long 3-run homer in the 3rd, and then walked and came around to score in the 5th. Bottom of the 6th inning, Tom Sox trail it by 5, 12-7. Crazy game. Here's the pitch, missing low to the big left-hander. Ball 1. In the heart of the order for the Tom Sox to see if they can get something going. Swing and a chopper, right side. Second baseman coming in is Kawana. The throw to first just got him. Not by much. It was a slow roller, so a tough play, and Kawano able to make it. And there's 2 up and 2 down in the inning. That'll bring up Kevin Madden. Madden has had a perfect day except for being thrown out of the plate. He has singled all 3 times. He's scored a run, but then back in the 5th inning, tried to score on a base hit and was thrown out on a bang-bang play at the plate and a great throw from the center fielder, Morgan Hyde. 2 outs, nobody on. Takes the first pitch low, ball 1. Right-hand hitter facing this new right-hand pitcher. Side arm, and that's in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. 5th pitcher of the day for Purcellville. There's a breaking ball. He's had trouble with a lot of these breaking pitches that bounce just in front of the plate. Working from the full windup. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a high pop fly. The second baseman going out. The right fielder coming in. And the right fielder Leak is going to make the play out in shallow right. And that will be a 3 up and 3 down inning. Not what the Tom Sox offense needed. We are through 6 innings of play. It's Purcellville 7, Purcellville 12, Charlottesville 7. Back after this.
Hey, baseball fans. Graham Knight here with the Valley Baseball League, and I want to take a second to introduce you to a close personal friend of mine, Grace Burrows. She's a New York Times best-selling author, but she's also a close personal friend of yours, even though you may not know it. In fact, without Grace's help, we would not have been able to bring you the playoffs and championships last year. Thanks to her, we were able to cover every single game. And thanks to her, this year we had all the gear we need to support 11 different sites throughout the Shenandoah Valley. Take a second and look at her latest book, When a Duchess Says I Do. Grace Burrows, she believes in love and baseball. If you can't find romance on the baseball diamond, take a look at graceburrows.com/bookshelf. And if you've already got the love of your life, good for you. Drop Grace a line and let her know that you really appreciate her help with these live streams. It would mean a lot to her. Now back to the action.
Newmarket Rebels are leading the Waynesboro Generals 5-3 in the top of the fifth.
So 2 afternoon games going on today in this Father's Day Sunday. First pitch to leadoff hitter Morgan Hyde is in there for a strike. Purcellville batted around in the 6th inning and put 4 more runs on the board. They lead at 12-7. Here's a foul out of play, and it's quickly in a 0-2 count. Sam Crawford on in relief. Here is the 3rd Charlottesville pitcher. The dubious start in the 6th inning when his first pitch in relief was a 3-run double. And there's a called strike at the knees, strike 3. So a 3-pitch strikeout, much needed for the Tom Sox there. They haven't been able to get leadoff hitters out too often in this game, but do so there, and it's 1 up and 1 down, and that'll bring up Nick DiPietro.
That was definitely good for Crawford's confidence after the last inning, coming in with the bases loaded.
Pitch missing outside and low. Ball 1 to Nick DiPietro. He is 1 for 2 since coming on as a replacement for an injured left fielder back in the 3rd inning. Swings and fouls it back off the screen. A ball and a strike. In case you came in late, the Cannons have had 2 left fielders get hurt chasing down foul balls on the left field line. 1-1 pitch is a breaking ball in there for a strike. A ball and 2 strikes. Michael Brewer ran full speed into a fence, and then Max Crabb looked like he stumbled and may have just hurt himself a little bit out there. Both times those fielders were chasing down foul balls and had to leave the game. Pitch missing and getting away from the catcher. It's 2-2. So the lefty DiPietro is back in there facing the left-hand throwing Crawford. Here's the pitch, and that's a called strike. So strike 3, 2 strikeouts to start the 7th. And as you said, Tyler, nice little start for the confidence for Crawford.
Yeah, he's bouncing back pretty strong here. See if he can do it again.
Well, this is the dangerous man, Jose Aquino, who's already 3 for 4 today. That includes a home run to straightaway center field back in the 1st inning. He's also singled twice and scored twice. And he's got a strikeout in there, so 3 for 4. This top-notch hitter in the Valley League checks his swing, but not checking it in time. It's a strike. Aquino leads the league in home runs with his 7th today. Pretty amazing if you think we're only a couple of weeks into the season. He's already got 7 home runs. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, and he was going for 1 there. Big cut. He's in a hole 0-2. The dangerous Jose Aquino out of San Jacinto North. I'm assuming that's a junior college. There's a pitch bouncing in front of the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Assuming if he's transferred from this junior college, he's setting himself up nicely with this summer. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So a strike him out inning. 3 up and 3 down. All strikeouts here in the 7th for Sam Crawford. Much needed for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. Now with a chance to try to get those bats going. We head into the 7th inning stretch, and it's Purcellville 12, Charlottesville 7.
Here we go. More in 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
So the 7th inning stretch, and a very nice top of the 7th there from pitcher Sam Crawford, who started out inauspiciously when he came on in relief in the 6th, but a 3 up, 3 down, all strikeout inning for him there in the 7th, much needed, and now a chance possibly for the Tom Sox to try to get something going and return the favor. They trail at 12-7 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7 for the Tom Sox. They are facing their 5th pitcher today, 5th reliever, Vincent Adams. He's a right-hander. 2nd of 2 sidearm pitchers today for Purcellville. The other one was more of a submariner, almost underhanded from the left, throwing a left-hander. This one, more a straight sidearm from the right side. He's going to face Dan Harwood, Kirby McMullen, and Cal Greenfield. Harwood is the DH. He is hitless today in 3 trips. Ground ball to second, foul out to left, one of the injured left fielders, and then pop out to second. First pitch is swung on and fouled back off the screen. Strike 1. Adams out of Southern Wesleyan. His 2nd inning of relief here for Purcellville. Working from the full windup. Side armor hit in the air to left center. The center fielder, Hyde, is coming over. He's on it right near the warning track and hauls it in. Well hit ball, just not quite well enough for the first out of the inning.
Seeing all these sidearm pitchers, it still amazes me how they can get their arm to bend that way.
Right.
Coming from the football field, I see quarterbacks throwing all the time, but I mean, no one throws it like that.
Right. It's actually, they say it's easier on your shoulder to throw the sidearm because you're not putting as much stress, but I think it's harder to control.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to bring up Kirby McMullen, swings and hits a line drive to right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. So jumping on the first pitch is McMullen, his 2nd hit of the ball game, both times to right field. He's 2 for 4. And so a 1-out single, and that'll bring up Cal Greenfield. Greenfield is 1 for 3. This his first game as a Tom Sox this year, so that single that he got back in the 5th inning was his first hit of the year, first hit of the summer.
I'm sure having McMullen here as his Florida teammate, he's probably more comfortable coming in, getting to know these guys with him being around at least.
First pitch from the side armor, misses outside, a little high, ball 1 to Greenfield. Runner at first is Kirby McMullen. 1-out single from the stretch. Here's the pitch from the side armor. Swing and hit in the air towards center. Going back is the center fielder. Going back, looking up. It's gone!
And it is gone.
Home run straight over the 365 mark. The center fielder gave a dead run and actually tried to climb the wall out there to make the catch, but nothing doing. A 2-run, 1-out homer for Cal Greenfield. Welcome to Charlottesville, Mr. Greenfield.
Yes, sir. First game as a Tom Sock, and here we go. Already producing for the offense, especially in this time of need. Trying to bring us back from the 5-point deficit.
Now 12-9 in this crazy game here on Father's Day. The big home run from Greenfield, 2nd home run for the Tom Sox today, and 3rd home run of the game. You don't see a lot of home runs in this big ballpark, but today, seen a bit of a power surge. Him Wally with a 3-run homer back in the 3rd, now the 2-run homer from Greenfield here in the 7th, and that brings up Luke Coker, who takes the first pitch low for a ball. 12-9 now the score. Here's the 1-0 pitch, off speed, and that catches the inside corner for a strike. Coker is 2 for 3 today. He's got an RBI as well. Single to left, a single to right, and a fly to left. Here's a chopper right in front of the mound. Over with it is the pitcher, and he will underhand it to first for the out.
Yeah, he looked like he took a second to decide whether he was going to underhand it or overhand it there.
And then trotted over toward first base along the way, and able to make the play. So now 2 down, but 2 runs in here, and that's going to bring up the number 9 hitter, Greg Ryan, who really doesn't act like a number 9 hitter. He's hitting, coming into the game, he was hitting 400. So pretty good hitter to have in the 9 hole. He's 0 for 2 today with a walk. He's a right-hand hitting shortstop out of Pitt. Here's the first pitch from the side armor, and that one catches the outside corner for a strike.
Coming out of Pittsburgh, another ACC school, and the Tom Sox have surely created a bunch of relationships with ACC schools this summer.
There's a pitch down on the inside corner and at the knees for a called strike, so he's in a hole 0-2. You're right about that, yeah. And good baseball in the ACC, so it's good to have those relationships. Now the 2-strike offering, here it comes, and that one bouncing and blocked by Kyle Hayes. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ryan. If Ryan can keep things going, it's back to the top of the order. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that will retire the side. But the Tom Sox pick up a couple of runs on the 2-run homer off the bat of Cal Greenfield. So nobody left on. We're through 7 in this crazy game. It's Purcellville 12, Charlottesville 9. We'll be back after this.
Greetings, sports fans. Graham Knight here for the Valley Baseball League. Just want to let you know that the good news is that thanks to a hotspot and a cell phone, we're able to bring you video of these games. The bad news is, thanks to the hotspot and the cell phone, it's not always stable. Listen, we've got some reports of some glitchiness in the feeds, some audio issues. We're working to resolve them, but what I wanted to do is ask your help in this process. If you're having trouble receiving the feed, first of all, we want to hear from you. Would love to know what game you're watching and what time and what inning the game is in so we can go back and check it. Second of all, what I want to do is ask you to run speedtest.net. That's speedtest.net. Don't buy into any of the stuff. Just click go. It will give you a PNG number, a ping number. It will give you a download speed and an upload speed. Let us know what that number is. That's a big help. We're trying to identify where the problems are. Problem could be with our wireless network on its way to you. The problem could be on Facebook, that there's not enough bandwidth to process the various games. The problem could also be on your end of it, not enough download speed for you to see it. So you need at least 5 megabits per second, 5 megabits per second when you get the speed test. So anyway, what I want to do is ask for your help, let you know we're working diligently to fix all 11 sites so that the games we bring you are free of technical difficulties, but I need your help. So let us know. Drop us a comment, and we appreciate your help, and just know we're working diligently to resolve all of the issues so that in the very near future you get an uninterrupted experience. Thanks to the hotspot and the cell phone, we're going to make that happen. And thanks to you for your help.
So Kosiski with the leadoff single, then the strikeout, and then the walk. Runners at first and second for Purcellville. Here in inning number 8, only 1 out. And that's going to bring up Jacob Stanley. He's got a couple of RBIs with a 2-run double back in the 4th. He's walked and scored. And he's struck out and flied out. 1 for 3. Takes the pitch, just missing outside, ball 1. Tom Sox can ill afford to give up additional runs here, trailing it by 3 in the 8th inning. Stanley batting from the left side, takes a pitch that's just missing high. 2-0. Burton now struggling a little bit with his control. He's thrown 15 pitches, 6 of them for strikes. Here's the pitch swing, and a hit high in the air, a major league pop fly. The left fielder coming over, and he's going to make the play. So McDre makes the play. There's 2 outs in the inning. That'll bring up Kyle Hayes, the catcher. Hayes is 1 for 3 with a walk. He's driven in a run. Most of the, it looks like all of the, all except Ryan Kawano have base hits today in the Purcellville lineup. There's a pitch taken for a strike. Each team with 13 hits, but it's a 12-9 Purcellville lead. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Off speed, and that one is a called strike at the knees. 0-2 to Kyle Hayes. Luke Burton trying to wriggle off the hook here after allowing a single and a walk. He's ahead in the count with a 2-strike count. Here comes a breaking ball, and that one is fouled back out of play. The count holds. No balls and 2 strikes. Kosiski at second. Sanguinetti at first. Top of the 8th. Burton taking it too long, and the hitter Hayes calls time. Now steps back in. From the set, here's the 2-strike pitch hit in the air to straightaway center. Coming in is Kamen Richardson. He is under it, and he has it for the out. So after a couple of base runners, a single and a walk, Burton is able to get out of it. 2 stranded, no runs across. We are heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. The score is Purcellville 12, Charlottesville 9.
Greetings, sports fans. Graham Knight here for the Valley Baseball League. Just want to let you know that the good news is that thanks to a hotspot and a cell phone, we're able to bring you video of these games. The bad news is, thanks to the hotspot and the cell phone, it's not always stable. Listen, we've got some reports of some glitchiness in the feeds, some audio issues. We're working to resolve them, but what I wanted to do is ask your help in this process. If you're having trouble receiving the feed, first of all, we want to hear from you. Would love to know what game you're watching and what time and what inning the game is in so we can go back and check it. Second of all, what I want to do is ask you to run speedtest.net. That's speedtest.net. Don't buy into any of the stuff. Just click go. It will give you a PNG number, a ping number. It will give you a download speed and an upload speed. Let us know what that number is. That's a big help. We're trying to identify where the problems are. Problem could be with our wireless network on its way to you. The problem could be on Facebook, that there's not enough bandwidth to process the various games. The problem could also be on your end of it, not enough download speed for you to see it. So you need at least 5 megabits per second, 5 megabits per second when you get the speed test. So anyway, what I want to do is ask for your help, let you know we're working diligently to fix all 11 sites so that the games we bring you are free of technical difficulties, but I need your help. So let us know. Drop us a comment, and we appreciate your help, and just know we're working diligently to resolve all of the issues so that in the very near future, you get an uninterrupted experience. Thanks to the hotspot and the cell phone, we're going to make that happen. And thanks to you for your help.
For the Purcellville Cannons, the 6th pitcher of the day for the Purcellville Cannons, Sam Knowlton from Pensacola State. He has not given up a run yet in his 1 2/3 innings of work this year. So he has the 0 ERA, no wins, no losses. He is in 1 2/3 innings, walked 2 and struck out 2, giving up only 1 base hit. He is a right-hander out of Pensacola State, and he will face the top of the order here for the Tom Sox. Here's a swing and a ground ball through the hole on the right side from the hitter Trey McDyer. Trey McDyer, who's came on after Cam Turley pinch hit his last time up. McDyer comes in, takes the first pitch, and ropes it out into left field for a leadoff single in the 8th to try to get something going for the Tom Sox. And Kamen Richardson to the plate. Richardson having a decent day. Singled his first 2 trips, came around to score in the 3rd, but then has struck out the last 2. 2 for 4. Bats here with a runner at first. Swings and hits one in the air, foul. Strike 1. So Knowlton on for Purcellville is the 6th reliever for the Cannons today. They're using the whole staff, it appears like. Here's a ball hit foul and out of play. Strike 2. Runner at first, nobody out. With the heart of the order, Richardson up here, and then Imwali to follow along with Madden. The Tom Sox are going to make any kind of a comeback. Now is the time to do it. Here's the 2-strike offering. Fastball just off the outside corner, did not miss by much. Good pitch, good location. The 2-strike count, but Richardson able to lay off of it, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hand hitting center fielder standing in there against this latest right-hand pitcher, Sam Knowlton. Here's the pitch, breaking ball. This is high. 2-2. Now going to the stretch is the pitcher Knowlton. Checks the runner. 2-2 offering. Breaking ball misses inside. And the count goes full. Trey McDyer at first base with the leadoff single here in the bottom of the 8th. He's not running. Here's the 3-2 pitch, hit back up the ground, up the middle. The pitcher is up with it, tries to throw to second, throws it into center field. And the runner, McDyer, will go all the way around to third, and reaching first is Kamen Richardson on the error. An errant throw by the pitcher, hit right back to the box, but his throw sailed to the right. And the second baseman who was covering, he's a diminutive player, and he just didn't have enough height to be able to reach that ball, went into center field. So error on the pitcher, and runners were at the corners with nobody out. We're going to get a pinch hitter for Walker Imwale. Cole McNamee is going to step in here, a right-hander.
Another one of the ACC guys from Wake Forest. That pitch went straight to the dirt.
Yep. Pitch taken down low, ball 1. McNamee comes in at .259 on the year. He's got 7 base hits, no homers, and RBI. Pinch hitting for Walker Imwale, who had a pretty big day. He was 1 for 3 with a 3-run homer. Scored a couple times. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Tom Sox trail it by 3 here in the bottom of the 8th. Cole McNamee representing the tying run at the plate. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kevin Madden would be next for the Tom Sox. Knowlton goes to the belt, checks the runners at each corner. The 1-2 pitch, bouncing right at the plate. 2-2. Cole McNamee out of Wake Forest in a big spot here for the Tom Sox. 2-2 offering. Swing, and he just got a piece of it to stay alive. Bounced it over toward the Purcellville dugout. Count holds, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. A 3-run deficit. Crazy game. It's 12-9. What a way to spend Father's Day. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and a ball out of the strike zone. So McNamee went chasing it. Good pitch from Knowlton to get him to go chase it. First out of the inning. The runner still at the corners. That'll bring up Kevin Madden. Madden has a couple of, or 3 base hits, I should say. He's 3 for 4. Scored once, and it was also thrown out the plate once. Fly to right his last time up. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Batting here with a chance to try to get something going and cut into the deficit. Runners at first and third with 1 out. Madden in the number 4 hole with Dan Harwood on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Knowlton. That one bouncing outside, and it's 2-0. So Madden finds himself ahead in the count.
This is the 12th game Madden's reached a base for the Tom Sox. Doing so here would definitely set us up to make a little bit of a late rally.
2-0 pitch, swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch, and he was fooled on that one. 2 balls and 1 strike. The right-hand hitting Hokie steps back in there. Facing the righty Knowlton. Here's the pitch, swing, and he hits a liner foul off that shed behind the Charlottesville dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Madden. Troy McDyer at third, Kamen Richardson at first. A single and an error in the inning. 1 out. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swing, and he hits a line drive into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run will score. Richardson is rounding second as the right fielder has trouble with the ball, and both runners will advance. So the right fielder didn't make a clean play, and Richardson alertly went to third, and then Madden went to second. So now runners at second and third. A run is in. 1 RBI for Madden on the single, and going to second, I guess, on an error.
And definitely with 2 runners now in scoring position, we definitely have a chance with Dan Harwood at the plate to make up these last 2 points we need.
Yeah, Harwood could deliver the tying run here, which is now down at second base. It's 12-10, 1 out. Harwood looking for his first base hit of the day, and this would be a great opportunity to get it. He is 0 for 4. Wearing the collar so far. Left-hand hitter facing the right-hand reliever, Sam Knowlton. Knowlton will work from the stretch, and now time is called. An intentional walk, so they are just going to do the straight intentional walk and put Harwood on first base, load the bases, set up the double play, and that'll bring up Kirby McMullen, who's got a couple of base hits today. He is 2 for 4. He's reached on an error. He's scored 3 times. All 3 times he's been on, he has come around to score. Now there's going to be a conference on the mound. Are they going to make yet another change? Yes, they are. Boy, they like to bring in a lot of pitchers, these Purcellville.
Yeah, they are locked and loaded when it comes to pitchers, it seems.
37. Number 37 coming in now, Taylor Borchers out of Aquinas College. He's got a 1-0 record on the year. He's worked in 4 1/3 innings, given up 4 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. He's got an 8.30 ERA. He's walked 5 and struck out 6. Taylor Borchers is the 7th pitcher for the Cannons in this ball game, and they lead at 12-10, and he comes on here in a dicey spot with runners at second and third and only 1 out. It's 12-10, Purcellville. We'll take a break.
Well, the thing is that also
So at Sheets, we really exist to make people's lives easier every day. In this moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with some of our lucky fans to help make their dreams come true. How are you? I'm Ryan Sheets. Here's a brand new truck for you, man. A once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation to Turks and Caicos. Have you ever been there?
I've never been anywhere.
A check for $25,000.
This is a testament to why everybody should be a Sheets freak.
Take me out to the ball game. Oh, wait, we're already here.
Barry Lee and Katie G, hoping you're enjoying the old ball game and inviting you to join us each weekday morning from 5 to 10 a.m. on your 92.5 Wink FM.
So, after the intentional walk to load the bases, that's going to bring up Kirby McMullen facing the 7th pitcher, Borchers, here for Purcellville. Bases loaded, first pitch is in the dirt and backhanded nicely by the catcher, Kyle Hayes. So 1-0, and nowhere to put the hitter, McMullen. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Another pitch missing low, and it's 2-0. So McMullen is already ahead in the count, 1 run in here in the inning, and it's 12-10. 1 out. Sox at every base. Here's the pitch. Check swing and a pitch inside, and it's 3-0. So big spot here. McMullen is way up in the count, 3-0, and the bases are loaded. There is nowhere for Borchers to put him. He's going to have to try to come with a strike here. This is a great hitter's opportunity. 3-0 pitch taken all the way, and it's right down the middle. McMullen 2 for 4 on the day with 3 runs scored. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases loaded, trailing by 2. Here it comes, checks and backs away and takes a walk. That's going to bring in run number 11, and it's a 1-run game. Cayman Richardson comes in to score. He had reached on an error, so that's an unearned run. The bases are still loaded. Second walk in the inning by Purcellville pitching, but the first one was intentional, this one not. 2 runs across, it's 12-11. Now another conference on the mound as Kyle Hayes goes out there. There is yet more action in that wild and woolly Purcellville bullpen. 7 pitchers already being used so far today. The conference is over. Hayes retreats back to his position behind the plate. Borchers is back up on the hill. Again, nowhere to put him. That was a 4-pitch walk to McMullen, or a 5-pitch walk, I should say. This is Cal Greenfield, who hit a 2-run homer in the 7th inning. Here's a called strike. That was a big home run. Cut into a 5-run deficit. Now it's down to 1.
We have definitely seen a lot of offense from both teams here.
Yeah. Here's a pitch bouncing, kicks away from the catcher, and that's going to move everybody up, including a run coming in, and this game is tied. So the ball bouncing about 50 feet and unable to backhand it is Kyle Hayes. Ball rolls back to the screen. And on that wild pitch, Kevin Madden scores, and we are all tied up 12-12 here in the 8th inning. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Still only 1 out. Cal Greenfield with a ball and a strike. A chance to put the Tom Sox in the lead with a base hit here. Here's the pitch way inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. This has been an absolutely crazy game.
I have seen things that I had no clue could happen.
The infield, by the way, has drawn in all the way around, so that opens up some opportunities if he hits a sharp one. There's another bouncer outside, this time backhanded nicely by Kyle Hayes. keep the runners where they are. 3 balls and a strike, and struggling with his control is Borchers. He's already issued 1 walk that's coming in and in danger of another here. 3 balls and a strike. Hitting opportunity here with the infield drawn in and 2 runners in scoring position. 3-1 pitch, takes it inside, ball 4. Second straight walk by the reliever. Bases are once again loaded. That'll bring up Luke Coker. He's got 2 hits today and an RBI.
We have a pinch hitter, Ramon Garza, actually.
All right. And we also have another conference at the mound, it looks like.
Maybe we'll see another pitcher.
I think so. They might as well. So Ramon Garza will be the pinch hitter. This is looking like a conference on the mound. I think that looks like a different coach than who is normally going out there, so I'm guessing maybe that's a pitching coach out there to try to settle down his right-hander Borchers. They do have action in the bullpen.
I'm not at all surprised about the action in the bullpen.
Nope. Meanwhile, Ramon Garza will be coming up to pinch hit. Yes, they are leaving the pitcher in. Garza out of Cornell comes in at 372 on the year, so he's had 16 base hits, 8 runs batted in. No homers yet on the year. But a good chance here to add to his RBI total and put the Tom Sox out ahead. There's still 1 out. Bases are loaded for the pinch hitter Garza. Luke Coker finished his day 2 for 4 with an RBI. And now there's some kind of timeout. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here.
Not sure what they're talking about, but I do know Garza looks to have some speed on him with 11 bases stolen last year during the Cornell season. So maybe he can get himself a base hit and get us the lead here late in the 8th.
Yeah, for some reason, Corey Hunt called timeout and called all of his runners over to have a discussion. I guess with 1 out, they want to know who's going where. I'm not sure what they would be talking about. The bases are loaded.
Yeah, there's not really much of a place to go other than to the next base, I assume.
I will say now that the infield is not going to stay drawn in. At the middle, they're going to play back for the double play. But Garza has good speed, as Tyler mentioned. He takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike. Garza did not like that call. He thought it was low, but it's strike 1. So good hitter in a big spot here, trying to put the Tom Sox back in front and overcome a 5-run deficit. It's 12-12. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul back off the screen.
He was real antsy to get out of there. As soon as he felt that contact, it looked like he was trying to run off.
Garza quickly in a hole, 0-2. Greg Ryan Jr. on deck for the Tom Sox. Sox at every base. They're in tight at the corners, halfway up the middle. The Purcellville defense. Here's the pitch. Inside, and that hit him. And that's going to bring in another run. And that's going to put the Tom Sox ahead. So really struggling with his control is Borchers, as he has walked 2 and now hit a man. So Garza's at first. The go-ahead run has come across, the 4th run of the inning, and now they're going to go out and make a pitching change. And so we're going to see pitcher number 8 for the Purcellville Cannons as Borchers comes out, having given up 2 walks and a hit batsman. We are still fully loaded with Sox at every base, still only 1 out, and now the Tom Sox lead it 13-12 with this pitching change. We'll take a break.
Take me out to the ball game. Oh, wait, we're already here.
Barry Lee and Katie G hoping you're enjoying the old ball game and inviting you to join us each weekday morning from 5 to 10 a.m. on your 92.5 Wink FM.
strikeout. There's 2 outs now. Base is still loaded. Top of the order, and Trey McDyer. Since coming into the game, he is 1 for 2. He struck out in the 5th and then did the single and the score earlier in this inning. First pitch again way high from the reliever Madoli. Control has been an issue for the last couple of Cannon pitchers. Although he did get the strikeout there of Greg Ryan. There's a pitch bouncing in the dirt, but Kyle Hayes is able to keep it in front, and the runners are not able to advance. 2-0. So Madole is walking back up toward the top of the hill out of Loyola Marymount. I'm not sure I can remember doing a Valley Baseball League game with 8 pitchers. That's what the Cannons have utilized today. 8. This is the 8th pitcher. Here's the 2-0 offering. Breaking ball is high. 3-0 with nowhere to put him. Another hitter's count. Tom Sox hitters have been working from ahead in the count quite a bit in this inning.
Seeing all the 8 pitchers from the Cannons, I'm not sure if it was based off performance or if it was pitch counts from colleges, but there's another walk right there.
Another walk and another run.
And another run for the Tom Sox.
The Tom Sox are doing all this damage with the benefit of only 2 base hits in this inning. They have now scored 5 runs in the inning. The bases are still loaded, and that's going to bring up Kamen Richardson. He, earlier in this inning, reached on an error that has proved to be very costly. Came around to score. Prior to that, he was a couple of singles and a run, a couple of strikeouts. He is 2 for 5 officially, and he bats here with 2 outs, and the base is still loaded. Now a 2-run lead for Charlottesville. Here's the pitch, missing just outside, ball 1. So again, having trouble finding the plate is Madoli. Madoli steps up on the hill, looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch, a breaking ball, and that's a called strike at the knees. 1-1. Richardson a chance to try to add some insurance here, which the way this game is going, insurance would be a pretty key development.
Insurance would be icing on the cake for the Tom Sox right now.
1-1 offering, breaking ball, misses inside and low. Dug out of the dirt by Kyle Hayes, and it's 2-1. Madoli has thrown 12 pitches, only 4 of them for strikes thus far. From the stretch, here's the 2-1 pitch way outside, not even missing by closely, but missing by a lot. 3-1, in danger of walking in yet another run.
And not surprising at all, there is action in the bullpen for the Cannons.
Of course. Used 8, why not go for 9? 3 balls and a strike to Richardson. Wonder if he'll be taking all the way here, as these hurlers have had a hard time finding the zone. Here's the pitch. He swings and chops it foul. That was a borderline strike, but Richardson decided to chase after it. I don't think he's happy with himself for doing so. That takes the count full, 3-2. Richardson is the 11th batter in the inning. This is his second go-around. Reached on an error and scored earlier in this inning. From the set, here's the pitch from Madoli. Runners going, swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it. Looks like it must have kicked off his foot because Richardson stepped out of the box and dropped his bat and is hunched over. So just got a piece of it to stay alive. Count stays full. Runners moving on that, of course, and so if Richardson can rope one out into a gap, that could clear the bases. But he looks like he is in a little bit of pain right now.
Yeah, limping a little bit off that left foot.
Took that foul ball right down off the foot, always a painful thing. So he will gingerly step back in the box, count still at 3-2 with 2 outs again. Runners will be going. From the set, there they go, swing, and right back up the middle. That's a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes another run. And holding it first is Richardson. Going to third is McDyer. 2-run score, and it's now 16-12.
A huge explosion of offense here for the Tom Sox with 7 runs here in this inning.
And the benefit of only 3 base hits. 7 runs across the inning, but only 3 base hits. There's been 2 errors. There's been several walks, a hit batsman. And that's what's happened. 7 runs in. The Tom Sox have turned what at one point was a 12-7 deficit into now a 16-12 lead, with Cole McNamee coming up to the plate now. And he takes a pitch down low. McNamee came on as a pinch hitter for Imwali earlier in this inning, and he struck out. That was the first out a long time ago. Working from the set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Unreal game here. 12 runs, 13 hits for Purcellville, 4 errors. Charlottesville, 17 runs on 16 hits, 1 error. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, and an off-speed ball, and McNamee looked fooled on that one. He's behind in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. 7 runs across here in the bottom of the 8th. Off-speed pitch, misses low, bouncing right at the plate. 2-2. I don't see any action in the Charlottesville bullpen. Here's the pitch. Another bouncer in front of the plate. Adole looking frustrated out on the hill. That breaking ball broke about 50 feet.
I would say the Tom Sox are pretty confident with the pitcher at the time.
Luke Burton.
Yeah, Burton, with the 2 scoreless innings he's pitched.
Yeah. 3 ball, another 3-2 count here. Now stepping off the rubber is the pitcher, Madole. Let's give this some thought. Wind is now kicking up a bit. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Here's the payoff pitch. Runner at first going. He lost him with another high pitch, another walk in the inning.
Bases are loaded again.
Once again. Seems like the base has been loaded constantly in this inning. And here's another visit to the mound. Could we see number 9 here? Looks like we are.
They're going the whole 9 yards here.
Yep, the whole 9 pitchers. So yet another pitching change with more struggles of control. We are still in this crazy 8th inning, 7 runs across already. Charlottesville now leading at 16-12. We are going through another pitching change, and we'll take a break.
Shippensburg, Pennsylvania.
Out of Shippensburg State, Jared Showalter comes in. Showalter, no record on the year. He's worked 4 2/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits. He's got a 7.71 earned run average. He's walked 3, struck out 5. 9 pitchers. Tyler, I'm aghast.
I didn't even know that we could put in 9 pitchers.
In this inning alone, 2, 3, 4, 5 walks, including an intentional one, 1 hit batsman. And remarkably, though they've scored 7 runs, the Tom Sox have done it with only 3 base hits. So aside from the 5 walk and the hit batsman, there's also been a couple of errors. So things have just the wheels have kind of come off for Purcellville this inning. They entered the inning leading 12-9. It's now 12-7, and the hitter Kevin Madden takes a strike on the outside corner. Madden batting here for the 2nd time this inning. He singled, drove in a run, and then went to second on an error in the right fielder. There's a called strike, so quickly in a hole is Madden. That's what Purcellville needed, as a pitcher to come out and get ahead. Now there is action in the Tom Sox bullpen. There's a right-hander just very loosely throwing, maybe just in case Luke Burton gets into some kind of trouble. Here's a pitch missing outside. Ball and 2 strikes. Base is still loaded. Here's the pitch, breaking ball, nubbered toward the first base side. First baseman is up with it. He will take it himself and step on the side, the bag, to retire the side mercifully for the Cannons. But the Tom Sox push across 7 runs and only 3 base hits. There were a couple of errors. They left them loaded, but they have reversed this deficit into a big lead. 16-12. We are through 8 here in Charlottesville. We'll be back.
Yeah, right, I'm gonna.
So for the Tom Sox, we have a new pitcher that has come in to try to close this thing out in the ninth. That is the 5th pitcher for the Tom Sox, and it's Alaska Abney, my favorite first name ever. And Tyler Fannin, you went to high school with Alaska.
Yes, sir, I did. I think he was a sophomore when I was a junior, so he was about a year behind me. I didn't really talk to the baseball team that much, being on the football team, but sure, if he's here, he's a pretty good player. So,
out of Coastal Carolina. He has no win-loss record yet. He's only worked in 1 inning. He's given up 3 base hits and 1 run, so that equates to a 9 ERA. With a name like Alaska Abney, he's got to be. That's a great baseball name.
It is. It's probably it's one of those names that can easily turn into a household name.
That's right. So he comes on here now with a nice cushion, although the Tom Sox had a 4-run cushion back in the 3rd inning. They led 5-1 at the time. And then they saw that lead get dissipated in innings 4, 5, and 6. The Cannons put up 4 runs, 3 runs, and 4 runs. At one time, the Cannons led 12-7. Since then, the Tom Sox have struck back with 2 in the bottom of the 7th and a whopping 7 in the bottom of the 8th, and now lead at 16-12. It's crazy Father's Day baseball game, and now we'll see if Alaska Abney can close it out. It looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter here. Jose Gutierrez will pinch hit for Ryan Kawano. Gutierrez is a left-hand hitter out of Howard. He's a .256 hitter. He's got 11 base hits on the year, 3 runs batted in. He will be just trying to get on base any way possible here, as Purcellville has a 4-run deficit to make up in the ninth. From the stretch, Abney is a sidewinder, and he catches the outside corner on the first pitch. We've seen several sidearm pitchers today as well. Righty-lefty matchup here.
Who's this guy? 24 is pinch hitting? And so Quano is 24. He's shrugging his shoulders.
So Gutierrez stepping back in there. Left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch missing outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 9th inning, 16-12 Tom Sox. Trying to hang on to a deficit. I don't know what's going to happen in this crazy game today. Here's a pitch, check, swing, and that catches the outside corner, and Abney is ahead in the count of ball and 2 strikes. Morgan Hyde and DiPietro to follow the top of the order for Purcellville here in the ninth.
Once I started getting varsity games, I was like, I don't really need to do this.
Working from the stretch is Abney. Here's the pitch, swing, and he just got a piece of it. Lined it off the fence behind home and down near the Purcellville dugout. Count holds 1-2. Outfield straight away, medium depth. Infield playing regular depth. Pretty deep at first. Wind blowing toward right. Pitch misses outside. 2-2. Gutierrez, a pinch hitter here in the number 9 spot. Pinch hitting for Ryan Kawano. He was the only hitless hitter for Purcellville today. There's a breaking ball that's broke foul out of play. Count is 2 balls, 2 strikes. This will be a rather remarkable win for the Tom Sox if they can hold on. Alaska Abney, 2-2 pitch. Just missing. Abney wanted the call. Didn't get it on the outside corner. Just missed it. Maybe a little low.
There was an organist a long time.
And the count goes full. You don't want to start this ninth off with a base on balls. Payoff pitch, and that one misses high. That's exactly what he does. So the pinch hitter Gutierrez reaches with the leadoff walk. Gutierrez no stolen bases on the year, so we don't know about speed, but he is down at first. Back to the top of the order. And Morgan Hyde. Hyde is 1 for 5 today. He singled and drove in a run in the 4th. Otherwise, a couple of flyouts, a couple of strikeouts. Bats here with a runner at first. Infield at double play depth. First pitch from the sidearm is inside and low. So now Abney's coming in and having a little bit of a struggle with the control. Not a big lead by Gutierrez at first. 1-0 pitch is hit foul off the top of the screen behind the home plate. Evens things up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick DiPietro and then Jose Aquino, the very dangerous Jose Aquino. So you really don't want to start messing with fire here. Here's the 1-1 offering. Swing and a miss. Took something off of it, and way out in front was Morgan Hyde. A ball and 2 strikes. Sun's starting to settle down to where it's on normal game time here as we head towards 7 o'clock. In a game that started almost 4 hours ago. Here's a swing and a fly ball to left field. That's going to be trouble. Going over is the left fielder, and he's going to play it on 1 hop and get it back. Runners only advancing 1 base, so runners at first and second. But to start off the ninth, that's not what you're looking for, not with the heart of the order coming up. So a walk and a single. Nick DiPietro now will be the hitter. With Jose Aquino, the very dangerous Jose Aquino on deck. You really, as a pitcher, got to get Aquino out here.
Yeah, the last thing you want to see is him send one off past the fences here, closing out the game.
First pitch is hit on the ground toward the short. Over to second for 1. The throw to first, not in time. A little bit high. Might have pulled him off the bag, but I'm not sure he would have got him either anyway. But that's the first out of the inning. That's a big one. A fielder's choice, and DiPietro's on at first with 1 out.
No error.
And that's going to bring up Jose Aquino with runners at first and third.
We have a pinch hitter, actually, 32.
Wow. That's interesting. Why would you pinch hit for him? Well, okay, we'll take that. Bradley Riapel out of Coastal Carolina. Only his third. He's only had 3 at-bats on the year, does not have a hit yet, and he comes up here, a left-hander facing the right-hand reliever Abney with runners at the corners and 1 out. Swings and hits the first pitch up in the air to left. Left fielder going back at the wall, and it's off the wall. 1 run will score. Runner heading toward third, and it gets over the shortstop on the cutoff man.
You can't assume.
So a runner goes to third, and the hitter goes to second on the double. That one off the wall, a pinch hit double for Jose Aquino in his place. A run scores. It's 16-13.
That makes no sense. No, it's one of those scorebook.
So runners at second and third. 1 out, and that's going to bring up Andrew Kosiski. He's got a chance to cut further into the Charlottesville lead. It's now down to 3. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 1. Kosiski has a couple of base hits today. He's walked a couple of times. He's struck out once. He's scored 3 times.
I would say with only 1 out on the board, they're giving him a little bit of freedom with the swing choice.
Could be. Sidearm pitch is hit and foul out of play. 0-2. Kosiski does actually now represent the tying run.
Oh, I love this hero.
That dude was
Bradley Riapel, I'm not sure how to say that name. Anyway, delivered a big pinch hit double, batting for one of the best hitters in the Valley League. Proving to be a good move. Here's a pitch missing way outside, 1-2. Runners at second and third, a run in here in the ninth. This crazy 16-13 game. Now the Cannons need a field goal to tie this up. From the set, Abney's pitch, swing, and a ground ball left side. Going to get through by the third baseman for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes the second run. And holding it first with a single, a 2-run single is Kosiski, and we're back to a 1-run game. This game is just off the wall.
It's just a back and forth battle here with the offenses going off on these defenses right now. It seems like neither team can get really a hold on the pitching mound at all.
So still only 1 out, and now Corey Hunt's going to take a walk out to the mound. 1 out, the tying run is now at first base. The lead run comes into bat, and that's going to be in the person of Tyler Leak. There's nobody warming up in the Tom Sox bullpen, so I'm guessing this is just going to be a conference chat.
Maybe it's just going to be try to calm him down, maybe get his head straight.
So Just when you thought it looked safe, the Tom Sox staked themselves out to a 4-run lead after a crazy 7-run 8. Suddenly, Purcellville right back with 3 runs in the top of the ninth, 16-15. Long conversation out there. Now the home plate umpire will walk out there to break things up. Corey Hunt waiting for the umpire to get all the way out there before walking back. There now is some rustling in the Tom Sox bullpen. Just some light throwing for now. Runner at first, 1 out. Tyler Leak, the hitter. Runner at first represents the tying run. Leak comes in at 2 for 4. 2 singles, 2 runs scored. He's also laid down a sacrifice bunt. He struck out and grounded out. Takes a pitch inside, ball 1. So Alaska Abney not getting ahead of the hitter. You don't want to start falling behind. Here's the pitch to Leak, sidearm, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Leak came into the game hitting only 167, but he's got a couple of base hits today. On the stretch, Abney, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, off speed. He is ahead in the count. 1 and 2. Up the middle. Tom Sox play it for the double play. Ryan and Coker playing about halfway, hoping for a room service ground ball. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right field. The right fielder McMullen is over. He's got it. Playing against that sun now, but had no trouble with that one. That's the 2nd out. That's a big one. That will bring up Chase Sanguinetti. Yep.
And Sanguinetti's having himself a day right now against his former team, the Tom Sox. As you mentioned earlier, he's pretty much feasting on the defense right now.
He has. He has got 2 doubles in this game. He's also got a sacrifice fly. He's driven in 4 runs. He's also scored a run after reaching on an error. So a big day. He walked his last time up, and he bats here the last chance for the Cannons. He represents the go-ahead run. Swinging a ground ball right side through the hole, base hit. And Sanguinetti's big day continues. Rounding second on his way to third, and misplayed by the right fielder. So no chance to get the runner at third, but he will hold Sanguinetti at first. And so runners at the corners, the tying run is now 90 feet away, believe it or not, with 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Jacob Stanley. And now the action in the bullpen starts to heat up for the Tom Sox. Stanley coming in at 1 for 4 on the day, 2 runs, and 2 runs batted in. He had a double back in the 4th. 1 for 4, runners at the corners. The tying run is at third base. Here's the pitch, way outside from the side armor, ball 1.
I've been working for this team longer than you.
Kosiski at third, Sanguinetti at first. He's had such a big day. Abney working from the belt. Here's the pitch, and that's a fastball in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Base hit now ties this thing back up, believe it or not. 1-1 pitch, swing, ground ball. And that then gets by the first baseman. It took a funny hop, and it got behind him. The game is tied. Runner going to third. Played by the right fielder back in. And this game is tied up. Ball took a funny hop, and he almost like tried to play it behind his back. It's like he got himself out of position. And the ball goes through for a base hit. And this is unbelievable. This game is tied up. 16-16.
Just as you think this game is safe, it is taking a turn every time.
So 4 runs in for the Cannons. Runner at first and third. Here's a ball hit high in the air toward foul territory. The right fielder coming over. He's got it in fair territory. McMullen makes the catch.
And there goes the craziness.
And we are all tied up. The Purcellville Cannons remarkably put on 4 more runs here in the 9th inning. They do it on 5 base hits. They leave a couple. We are heading to the bottom of the 9th in this crazy 16-16 game. We'll see what happens when we get back.
I need some defense real quick.
Well, it's just been a indescribably crazy game today. We've seen a little bit of everything. Hits, errors, balks, hit by pitches, walks, home runs. Lots and lots of offense. Not a lot of pitching. We are heading to the bottom of the ninth, 16-16.
Well, you said we've not had a lot of pitching, but we've had 9 pitchers from the Cannons, so...
So Purcellville has 18 hits. The Tom Sox have 16 hits. Each team with 16 runs, and we start here with Harwood, who hits a ground ball to second. Up with it is a new second baseman, throws to first for the out. So 1 pitch, 1 out. That's not the way you wanted to start this 9th inning.
No, it is not.
I think I just use my best gift ever.
That'll bring up Kirby McMullen. McMullen has a couple of base hits today. He's got an RBI. He has scored 4 runs because he's reached on an error and he's reached on a walk, a bases loaded walk. Flied out in the right. Here's the first pitch, and that's a called strike.
And as we're tied at 16, this is officially the highest scoring game in Tom Sox history.
And I am not officially surprised. 1 strike pitch hit in the air towards center field. Center fielder going back at the wall, looks up, let's go! It's gone! A home run! Kirby McMullen hits a home run with 1 out in the bottom of the ninth to walk it off for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. An unbelievable game that ends with the Tom Sox winning it 17-16. He will be mobbed at the plate. 17-16, a 1-out solo home run off the bat of Kirby McMullen to win it for the Tom Sox.
What a way to end a game that is labeled with nothing less than craziness.
Absolute crazy. That is the only way to describe this game. They're now shaking hands at home plate. I don't know what you say to your opponents after that one.
I mean, if I'm the head coach, I'm looking at the other one like, wow, that's just amazing baseball right there.
Unbelievable. So the way it ends up, 17 runs on 17 hits for the Tom Sox, 1 error. The winner would be Alaska Abney, his first win of the year. 16 runs on 18 hits and 4 errors for the Cannons, and the loser would be Showalter. What a crazy game. The Cannons started off with a home run in the first to take the lead. Charlottesville with 5 runs in the bottom of the third to lead 5-1. And then the Cannons stake themselves to a 12-7 lead through 6. Charlottesville bounced back with 2 in the 7th and 7 in the 8th to take a 16-12 lead. The Cannons tied it 16-16 in the 9th, and then Charlottesville with a walk-off home run to straightaway center, the 4th home run of this game, hit by Kirby McMullen in the bottom of the 9th to save this one and end the 4-game losing streak.
It's always good to hear a losing streak going away, and the way they did it today was
pretty remarkable.
I'm speechless. I've never seen a baseball game like that in my life.
So Tyler Fannin comes into the game having never seen a balk in his life, not even knowing what they are, and we had 3 of them in 1 inning. That led to 2 runs. So
I've learned a lot more of this game than I have all season so far.
Well, happy Father's Day indeed, especially if you're a Tom Sox fan. Once again, the Tom Sox win it with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th after blowing a 4-run lead in the top of the 9th. 17-16 is the final score from Charlottesville. For Tyler Fannin, I'm Steve Gaines. Good night. Happy Father's Day.
Well, that wraps up all the action from here tonight. I'm Graham Knight, and on behalf of the Valley Baseball League, we want to thank our sponsors. This live stream was made possible by Sheets. Sheets is perfect for busy lifestyles, and they're always open 24/7. So grab breakfast, dinner on the go, or a late night snack. With nearly 600 stores in 6 states, there's always a Sheets near you. Sheets, run and done. This live stream is also brought to you by Subway. Check out Subway's delicious new club collection, the new Steak Club, new Southwest Chicken Club, and the American Club. Subway, make it what you want. This live stream is also brought to you by Grace Burrows, best-selling New York Times author. If you can't find romance on the baseball diamond, take a look at graceburrows.com. Grace Burrows, she believes in love and baseball. Before we say goodnight, I want to remind you that this live stream is copywritten by the Valley Baseball League and may not be used in any form of media whatsoever without the express written consent of the Valley Baseball League. If you'd like to use our media, please contact me, Graham, at isomermedia.com. That's Graham, Graham, at Isomer, ISOMERMEDIA. From all of us at the Valley Baseball League, thank you for watching and good night.